Hey everybody, how's everybody doing? So we've taught a version of this class before, and the thing with classes like this is that when we look at it from the logical mind, 1 plus 1 is 2, 2 plus 2 is 4, that kind of thing. Everything has like a definition. But here we're dealing with energy and we're dealing with intuition. And when I say intuition, it is about movement. It's about energy, it's about flow. And that's not always as predictable as something that's of structure, right? The energy or the movement of energy will affect the structure, but with this, it's like not just flow, it's also open to interpretation. I guess the reason why I'm saying this is there's levels or layers to working these structures. We're going to be talking about structure, but we're going to be doing it a little bit differently than we did the first time. If this is your first class of the what's it called, energetic mechanics in the nervous system, I would still go back and visit that first version of it. The first version of it was very straightforward. Here, we're going to go a little bit deeper and, we're going to play with some things a little bit. And, there's still an even deeper way of working these things, but still everything in the right time. So with that, even if you've had this class before, it's going to be different. And if this is the first time you're doing it, still go back and visit the other one because they are not duplicates, right? And so with that, we will be talking about the energetic anatomy so that we're all on the same page. If you don't have a lot of knowledge or background in energetic anatomy, no worries. We're going to kind of educate as we go through this. And more importantly, you're going to have experiences to where you have a deeper level of learning about it rather than just intellectual learning or speculation. Speculation starts to open up the potential for us to make like have opinions about something that might not necessarily be accurate. Learning is actually an intuitive process. You go through the motions, you refine something, and then you look at what did I just do or what just happened, and then you go through and process it with your intellect. Right? When it's in reverse, the tendency is greater potential for not seeing things accurately, right? So we want to use the two sides of our mind in a way that produces understanding and eventually wisdom. So the very first thing we're going to do is the protective webs. And by the way, we're going to have plenty of Q&A, right? So if you want to talk something out about the things that we're talking about, or you have questions, you want deeper explanations, we'll be doing it after the fact so you have an experience and then you can ask better questions. That's even why we do the study group on Wednesday is, if we go through and we do a class, usually by Wednesday, you've got some other questions. Maybe it didn't hit you right in the moment in the weekend, but after you have time to process it a little bit, then you go, what about this one piece? I want to understand this a little bit more. I want to understand what happened, or I want to understand the mechanics. But you're doing it from a place of experience, and that is actually true learning. There's this great quote that I always forget from Albert Einstein. And he said, the best knowledge is, or the best way of learning, the best knowledge, some version of that is basically experience, like going through and having the experience and then reflecting on it afterwards. So with that, we're talking about a thing called the protective webs. So first off, we're going to be talking about the aura, right? The aura is the energetic mold or blueprint that surrounds our body, right? And then from there, we're also going to be talking about like things like energetic cords, and we're going to be talking about health rays, and all these different mechanics. And then eventually we're going to talk about chakras. At the very end, we're going to talk about chakras, right? And so chakras are energetic pumping stations that are in different locations in the body that have a very specific function, right? They have a very specific physical function, psychological function, and a spiritual function, right? And so you could say that they're like in charge of certain physiology, certain emotional responses, psychological responses, or certain spiritual things that we're developing and trying to cultivate. So with that, the chakras are a little bit, they're not on the body, they're out from the body a little bit, right? And so they're constantly going back and forth. They're constantly absorbing and expelling. Just like your lungs, you're not constantly inhaling or constantly exhaling, you're going back and forth, right? So the chakras breathe, like they're constantly absorbing, expelling, right? So they're out away from the body, and then they physicalize energy into the physical form. Now, between the surface of the chakra and your body is a thing called the protective web, right? The protective web. So think of the protective web as like a coffee filter, right? Things still come into your energy body, but they gotta pass through the protective web to get into the chakra or into the body through the chakra, right? And so in a way, this keeps out some of the negative influences from the environment or from other people, especially what we would call is like energetic parasites. These are just basically elements or elementals that are the building blocks of physical forms. But when you're in dirty environments, if you've ever sat in a chair and then all of a sudden, say you're in some public place and you sit down and you're feeling fine, you sit in a chair and all of a sudden your back starts hurting. There's a level of contamination that happens that then congests that energy center, which is usually the back solar plexus or the Ming Men, which is the low back, and starts to stiffen up the back a little bit, right? And so part of why this happens is your body absorbs some of that energy or some of those elements that are in that chair, and it absorbed it into the body, right? Now, not all of it got absorbed because you have this filter, right? So this filter keeps certain things out to a certain extent. It's not absolute, it's just to a certain extent. And so what happens is, say you're at work or you're, I don't know, with a friend or something, and somebody gets really upset at you, gets really angry, right? And they start projecting they say obnoxious things like, who wears shoes like that? Da 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 da. They say some obnoxious thing, right? So there's the word that might hurt your feelings, but there's also an energy being projected, right? There's an energy being projected that also you feel, right? And so when you notice that somebody's starting to do this, like you hear the words, but what's one of your first instincts? Right? You close off your energy field because this is like a form of protection, right? I'm closing this off so the energy is not as able to penetrate into your energy body, right? But if you do that in front of your boss, probably gonna piss him off, right? Makes you look closed off because literally that's what you're doing. You're closing off. Right? And so what happens with the protective webs is they tense up a little bit, right? When somebody projects something at you, it tenses up to make some of that energy bounce out or bounce back. Now, the issue is that the energy comes in and it hits that, and that protective web, which is like a coffee filter, remember, it tenses up. But what happens is over a period of time, it doesn't necessarily relax, right? So it perceives like a danger or a negativity, and so it tenses up, and then it doesn't let go. And so on one level, it says like, okay, let's just stay protected, right? Let's stay protected, which can be good sometimes. But here's the catch is that energy that got stuck on the filter when that web is tight is not able to dissipate off, right? For that to happen, you kind of have to loosen the web up so that that energy can break up and then come off, right? And even more importantly, it keeps energy out, but it also keeps energy in, right? So when this web tightens up like this, it reduces the amount of energy that can come in, but then it also doesn't let go of a certain energy that's stuck there, right? And then if you're upset and agitated, it becomes harder to let go of that agitation or that upset feeling because you can expel it off, right? Think of sometimes when somebody gets upset at you, you go, oh, that's ugh. And then 5 minutes later, you have completely forgotten about it, right? You didn't get that upset because you were able to expel some of that energy off. Now, think of times where somebody said something you're upset and it's a little upsetting, and then 2 days later you're like, ugh, I can't believe they said that. That was so rude. That was so why did they do this? They're trying to sabotage me. You go through the whole list, right? Part of it is because you can't get that energy out, be it from them or from you getting agitated. It doesn't really matter. Like whatever it is, it can't get out. Now, here's an even deeper kicker, right? So, like attracts like. Why is this important? If they projected a bunch of hostility, right? And then it hits that web and doesn't release, and you walk away, you start then going into situations where you start going, hey, come be hostile towards me. Come be hostile towards me. So you think of like traumatic events, right? When somebody has gone through a trauma, part of what happens, and this isn't completely what happens, it's just part of the mechanisms. Part of what happens is they start having the same experiences over and over again, right? And so part of that is tied to the energy stuck on the web, right? The energy stuck on the web. And so I'm just looking something up here. Okay. So I have a story about this, right? So one time, and this was back when I lived in New Mexico, and I was driving around town, and you know, I didn't know a lot of people in that town, but I knew a few, but I usually would just did my thing, and so I'm driving around town, and I pull up to a stoplight, and the person next to me is giving me the bird and like definitely saying something derogatory. They looked like they were yelling at me, and I don't know what I did. Um, I didn't change lanes. I wasn't cutting somebody off. I think maybe I was going a little too slow in the lane, but there was somebody in front of me that I was behind them, but they had made it through the light and I didn't. And I think that person was upset because they didn't make it through the light. And so they were giving me the what for. And I mean, flipped me the bird and was screaming and yelling, telling me to roll down the window and, the whole 9 yards. And so I just looked at him and I was just like, whatever, sorry. I waved at him and said sorry. Again, had no idea what it was. So I was in town just running errands. And so I went into this place where I had to pay a bill. It was like electric bill or something. And I'm in line and there's a few people in front of me and a few people after me. And I get up to the line. The woman taking the payments and answering the questions was behaving in a certain way. And as soon as I got up there, she just got rude and insulting and hostile and it was a little bit of a shock because that's not the way she was behaving. And I came up and I didn't really say anything other than, here's my statement and my check. And I mean, she just, and so I was a little taken back by it. And so I stepped away and then I watched her with the person after me and she was back to behaving normal. And I was like, that is really weird. It's probably because I'm so spiritually developed that I triggered things in her, that you come up with some dumb story in your head. That was not the case, right? And so I was like, that is weird. And then I went somewhere else and the same thing happened. And I sat in the car for a little bit and I was like, what is going on? Like, that is crazy. Couldn't come up with it. Started driving around. Another person like started flipping me off. And I was like, what is happening today? I feel like I need to put a football helmet on and then just make it home and like sit in a dark room for the day. Like, what is going on? And so as I'm sitting there, it dawned on me. That person was screaming and yelling at me, like telling me to roll down my window. They're super pissed at me. So I just sat and I cleaned up my protective webs, right? I was like, I think that's it. So I went through and I cleaned my protective webs. And as I sat there, I was like, I'm just curious now, right? I had this experience. I was having a bizarre day at this point. So I went back to that first place where that lady got really super rude at me, waited in line, and I don't know, I asked her some question, but when I got up to the counter to ask her that question, she behaved normally. And I was like, "Ah, that was it. Like attracts like, right?" And so what had happened was that person had gotten so upset, had projected a bunch of energy, got stuck in the webs. And then wherever I went, basically I had a sign on me that said, hey, pick up where that guy left off. Like I'm attracting that hostility, right? I'm attracting that thing where, I'm sure he wanted me to roll down my window so he could say a bunch of profanity and insults to hurt my feelings because somehow he perceived he was hurt and wanted to hurt me, right? And so how much of the things that happen as we interact with things in our environment have to do with this? How much of it is us still having a foot in the past because of the energy that's stuck in our field? And even though we go through and we clean the aura, and even though we go through and clean the chakras, the web is the web, right? Even if you clean the chakra, the web doesn't necessarily release. And a lot of times it doesn't allow the chakra to completely release. When you really clean the web, the chakra just starts to expel because remember, it's constantly pumping, right? But if there's a cork in it, right? If it's got this block that doesn't allow energy to expel, I mean, energy still comes out. It's just not as much. It's like if we are doing the pursed lip breathing, right? If you inhale and then go, air comes out really fast. But if you tighten up your lips when we do the pursed lip breathing, like from the respiratory classes, it takes a lot to get air out of that small hole, right? So if the web is tight, it's like your chakra has a small hole that it has to really push the energy out, right? Now, to take this a step further, these protective webs directly impact fight flight, right? So what that means is the tighter they are, the more your adrenals are activated. So that's one. The tighter they are, the more you're going to react to the energy that's stuck on the web. So what happens is the energy is stuck on the web, right? The energy is stuck on the web. And if it's a dirty energy, not only does it feel uncomfortable, but now your adrenals are activated and reacting to the energy there. So then if somebody was angry and hostile, you are attracting that tendency for people to be angry and hostile towards you. and you're more reactive to people being angry and hostile to you, where you're going to give it back. You're going to behave in a more angry or hostile way because you're reacting to what's happening, or maybe your feelings get hurt to a greater degree, whatever it is. So right off the bat, how do we resolve this? How do we make this part of the energy body our ally and not the thing that just makes us have the Groundhog Day, version of every day just going over, and wherever you go, you keep having the same thing happen over and over again, right? So we want to not just clean up the energy body, we want to also look at the nervous system. Because when we look at these different pieces of energetic anatomy today, what you're doing is you're treating different parts of your nervous system. Your nervous system is how you react and adapt to the environment, right? And it's also, well, let's just leave it there. Like, it's just how you react and adapt to the environment. And so when we go through and we look at this, we want to start to unwind some of the fight flight mechanisms. We want to calm things down. And just by doing that, the webs start to release, right? They start to relax, because the direct correlation of the webs being tight is they're tight because you're in fight flight, right? So when that person projects that negativity at you, it comes in and hits your energy body, that tenses up, and energetically what that tells your body is danger, alert, be on guard, something's going on. So then your adrenals go, okay, hey, let's send out our messages. Let's get the body all up. Let's empty out the bowels. Let's urinate. Let's tense up. Let's start breathing more rapid. Let's be ready for a fight. Let's be ready for a flight. And when it comes time to lay down and go to rest, can't go to sleep, because if you put your guard down, something bad's going to happen. Waiting for the other shoe to drop. Whatever version of that where you feel a little anxious, that is tied to fight flight, right? So how do we calm it down? How do we clean it up, right? And by doing that, you also release whatever stress, trauma, anger, irritation, whatever is there, you're helping to release it and let it go, right? Now, what happens is, over a period of time, your nervous system has a little bit of a memory, right? It has a little bit of, it doesn't remember things like, when I was 5, I went to the zoo and saw some monkeys, and boy, that was so, it doesn't think like that, but it remembers, hey, in certain situations, maybe we should put our guard up. When we get around people behaving a certain way, or when they start to talk at a certain cadence, or whatever it might be, let's maybe just put our guard up, just because we've had bad experiences in the past, right? We've had some bad experiences. And so, a lot of times in some of the classes, we'll go, okay, we're doing our work. How does that feel in the body? Now you go to people, active situations, and then past events. Part of what you're doing is you're unwinding the conditioning, right? You're unwinding the things that have happened, right? So we want to kind of tie all these things together, right? We want to tie it together and make the protective web truly our ally, rather than that thing that's just always poking us in the rib, or always drawing out some negative thing from some person. Because like that person that I went through and paid the bill to, that's what I did. She was not being rude to everybody before me. But I walked up to her, and because of the energy that's on my web, I pulled that rudeness out of her, and we had that weird interaction where I was more shocked than anything, and I'm sure I said something like a little, whatever back, but polite, but like, everybody has a bad day or something, and some a little snotty. And even that was because I was also a little bit on fight flight, right? And so how do we calm all that down? Because really what we're trying to do is we're trying to get closer to who we truly are rather than being a byproduct of the environment and the conditioning and just the things that have happened, right? We don't want to always just be in reactive mode, right? Life is more than just walking around and reacting. We want to be able to have a quality of life rather than just, you know, a bunch of reactions, right? And so how do we do that? How do we change this dynamic? So the very first thing we're going to do is we're going to look at, before we even dive into the energy, we're going to dive into just doing a little calming of the fight flight, right? We're going to loosen up the web a little bit, right? So here you have some choices. Eucalyptus citrodora, jasmine, lemon verbena, lemongrass, Litsea cubeba, or Melissa. If you don't have one of those, let us know, but especially the lemongrass, that's a pretty common one. I think lemon verbena has been in several classes too.
And if you got the optional kit,
Lemon-
Litsea or
lemon verbena was the one. Yeah. Okay, we're good. So we're gonna pull something from the ORC programming class. So it's ORC programming and somatic programming. And here we're just utilizing a pattern. This isn't necessarily doing somatic programming, but you could say it's the channel of what somaticizes something. And so we're going to use the brain and the spine and the soles of the feet. And so our energy body is constantly sending messages down into the earth and then drawing energy up to physicalize whatever it needs, right? And so even when we're angry, we're still sending a message that comes, down into the earth and then comes back up and then says, like, help me be angry, help me be afraid, help me be stressed. It sounds ridiculous, but that's what happens. The earth doesn't judge. Whatever we're feeling intensely or thinking repetitively, the earth just goes, okay, that's what you want. Here you go. Right? So we want to be able to change this dynamic. Right? So first off, if you can, just think of a situation where, maybe there's a little bit of a fight flight, a little bit of anxiety, a little bit of something where there's some agitation. Could be in the past, or if there's a pattern in your life where, like, when I deal with fill in the blank, it never goes well, right? I get triggered, I get upset, I get sad, my feelings get hurt, fill in the blank. And just start inhaling the oils. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. You're taking just nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're not even doing a pattern. Okay, so just pause and be still for a moment. Notice how that's already started to make you feel. Right? Now let's work it with a pattern. So you're beginning to inhale, and as you inhale, your awareness is on your brain. So you're inhaling through the nose, you're exhaling through the mouth, and as you're inhaling, your awareness is just on the brain. Now, move your awareness to the spine. Your awareness is on the spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. As you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths, try to relax the spine the best you can. Your awareness is on the brain and the spine at the same time. Okay, and we're going to do this one kind of in steps. Do your brain and the soles of your feet at the same time. Your awareness is on the brain and the soles of the feet at the same time. Now, as you're inhaling in the soles of your feet, as you inhale, draw the energy up, like just kind of move your awareness up into your feet. And then as you exhale, just let it release back into the earth the best that you can. Just let go. Well, that feel very soothing. Yeah. Just be still for a moment. Okay, let's do that again. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the spine. And as you're inhaling on the spine, you relax the spine. Your brain and spine at the same time. And then the brain and the soles of the feet. As you inhale, move your attention up, like draw energy up, and then exhale, releasing it out the feet. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. And then train yourself. So we're going to go through and we're going to do the same thing, but on the body now. We're going to use the same oil, but on the body. So begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your feet. The lower legs from the knee down to the ankles. The knees and your thighs. The pelvis, the whole pelvis, the front, the sides, and the back, your hips. The low back and the low abdomen. So from the navel down, front, sides, and back. Oh. And then the whole abdominal cavity. So below your ribs, all the way down to around your navel area. And then the mid back area. The chest and the upper back. The tops of your shoulders, across the whole top of your shoulder. The arms, the forearms, and the hands. Your neck, the front, the sides, the back, the whole neck. And then the jaws and your whole head. Your awareness is on the whole head. And then just pause and be still. Oh, that feels okay. So we're gonna move to the protective web. So we're treating the webs now directly. So blend, protective webs, but there's also a couple single choices. Clary Sage, Gordaldo, Helichrysum, Linden Blossom, but I don't think very many people have that. But so Clary Sage, Gordaldo, Helichrysum, or the blend protective web.
And it looks like maybe in your kit you have Gordaldo and protective webs.
So use protective webs for this in your pay for kit. Okay. So first we're going to do body awareness. So as we go through and do this, check in with your body. Where do you feel something? Where do you feel something jump out in your body? It might not be somewhere where you expect, but where do you feel like the tension or a heaviness, a catch, an uneasiness, an agitation? Wherever that is, your awareness is on that spot, and start taking long, slow, deep breaths. And people. And then just pause for a moment. Mhm. Yeah, yeah. Mhm. Your awareness is on your body again. Where do you feel it in the body? Wherever you feel that heaviness. And then just pause. So people, your awareness is on a person in your environment, like just somebody that's in your periphery. With your awareness there, take long, slow, deep breaths. Then pause and be still. And then just be still. Let's do active situations. So just something going on in your periphery. Some activity, some interaction with a group, some project, whatever it might be. and then pause. Again, active situation, something going on in your life. And then pause. Now, this is always a good one. Past events. Go to some significant past event in your life. Remember, this is helping to release something, right? Helping to let go. So think of something a bit more negative. And then pause. And then past events again. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then pause and be still. The knees, the back of the knees. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the knees. Then just pause. Again, your knees. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the knees. then pause and let go. The ankles. Your awareness is on the ankles. And then just be still. You do that one once or twice. Once. Let's do the ankles again. Long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. Soles of the feet. Your awareness is on the soles of the feet. And then pause. And then one more time, soles of the feet. And then just pause. Just completely let go. Just let it incubate. Let's just see how this feels. This whole protective web, sympathetic nervous system, or fight flight little treatment here. Just let it incubate. That make you super chill. When we do stuff like this, Samantha starts doing a special eye mudra where she starts looking at the couch like, where can I lay? Yeah. Let's go ahead and share. You can unmute yourself, type in, ask questions, share your experiences. Like, go ahead and fire away.
Go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise, how did you do?
It's very good, very good. I did have two questions.
Yes.
This last segment is actually cleansing the protective webs, the one we just did.
Cleansing and relaxing, both cleansing and relaxing. Like going back and forth with the different situations. There's kind of like I don't want to say like muscle memory is not the right way, but like an energetic memory kind of. And so when you visit like some of these situations, people, past events, you're unwinding not just the energy that's stuck, but you're unwinding the conditioning where it's like, okay, people who talk really fast are always like aggressive and da 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 da. You know, you don't think that consciously, but unconsciously, it's like people who talk fast might be a little aggressive, so I got to have my guard up. Like, so then your body starts to go into a little bit of defense mode, right? Some of that is conditioning in your physiology, but some of it's also in the energy body. Here we're hitting both. We're hitting the energetic component, we're hitting the neurological component. And so by revisiting like past situations, you're going, okay, that's in the past, let it go. That's in the past, let it go. This is active, you know, still let it go. And it doesn't mean that it won't work when it needs to. It's just not going to keep working based on a past experience. And so what it also does is it allows you to let go of, you know, not just stuff about that situation, but any sort of stagnant energy, emotional energy, whatever. Because when they tighten up, it's not just holding in things specific to that event or that person or that situation. It's just holding in energy, period. Right? You know, some still comes out, but it doesn't come out like it should. Right? And so what happens is then you go through and you start to process some emotion, or you're trying to let go of some irritation or annoyance. You still are able to do it. It just takes longer. You know, you're having to fight that like cork that's stuck in the chakra. And so, and that cork is also keeping the nervous system a little bit like, I don't know, it feels like there's going to be another shoe dropping here sometime soon. Better keep your guard up. Like, you
Sure.
know, like plan is let's just keep our guard up. Right. And then you lay down to sleep and go, why can't I sleep? Got to keep your guard up. You know, so yeah.
It does, it keeps it more flexible. There's more
Yeah,
movement
exactly.
versus
Yeah.
just locking up, you know.
Yeah.
The second, I did have one more. It's
Sure.
when we did the auric programming part, I used the lemon verbena. When we got to the brain and spine, what I'm wondering, since energy is always moving, are we at that point with the brain, you know, focus on the brain and the spine at the same time? Are we pulling energy up or energy down? Do you know what I'm
You're
saying?
just allowing those processes to do what they do. Like they're going to be doing both. And so what you're doing is you're kind of opening up the channels and you're connecting. It's more about connecting like the mind and the body. And then because you're using oils, you're also refining the message being sent. So here you're not necessarily, we're using the somatic programming pattern, but you're not necessarily programming a somatic response, but like you're like soothing, like an agitated somatic response. You know what I mean? Like how we're always sending those messages down, but if we're in fight flight, we're sending down like more messaging down into the earth because we're agitated, right? And so as we go through and we unwind everything, we want to unagitate that pipe, like that brain, spine, soles of the feet. We just want to calm it all down so that it doesn't feel like, hey, there's a crisis here. Maybe instead of saying we're angry to the earth or scared to the earth 20 times a minute, let's do it 60 times a minute. And then that generates more anxiety, that generates more fear, that generates more whatever.
So, the earth though, kind of, I guess I'm a little bit stuck there. So,
Mhm.
energy's mostly traveling down then in a way
No,
towards
it's
the
going
earth.
both. It's going both ways. I see where you're going. So you're sending energy down, and then there's always a response from the earth, right?
Okay,
So then the earth comes up and whatever message got sent down, like, hey, I feel amazing today. I'm super happy. And you really feel like this amazing experience. You send that down into the earth, and then the earth comes up and goes, here's some building blocks that help you to feel even better. And then you go, I don't feel very good. I feel a little bit afraid. Ugh. You send it down into the earth, and then the earth goes, here's some building blocks for feeling afraid. Like, it doesn't really judge it as good or bad. It's just you send an email, it sends you a response. And so, like, you could just think of like the earth as being like a bellhop. Like, they'll get you whatever, but whatever you ask for, that's what they're bringing. They're not going to go, well, you probably shouldn't be angry. You don't really need to be afraid. So here's some little bit of like calm and peace instead. Like, it never happens that way. Right. And so you're sending energy up, the earth sends the building blocks up that directly correspond to a strong emotion or repetitive thought.
thank you. It helps a lot. Thank you so much.
Good.
And go ahead, Zakia, then Dan.
Hey, Miss Sakia.
Namaste.
Hey.
So to Denise's question, so when it sends it back up, is it amplifying it or
Giving you the building
it's not-
blocks. It's
Huh?
giving you the building blocks.
But you already have the anger. It's going to give you more building blocks for the anger?
Helps it physicalize it. Yep. And whatever you send down is what comes back up.
So how are we going to benefit from that?
Now I don't know what you're talking about.
So if we send down anger to the earth and the earth sends anger back up, how are we benefiting from it sending us what we sent down?
It's just responding. Why would you benefit from it? It's a negative emotion.
So let's say it's a positive emotion. I don't know. I'm just not getting, I'm missing something.
Right. So if it's a positive emotion, it sends the building blocks. But if it's a negative emotion, you are literally hurting yourself. Like, the earth doesn't judge it. Like, you're just communicating with the earth. You see what I'm saying?
Communicating that I'm angry and I'm asking the earth to do what?
You're not asking the earth, you're being angry. So if you're being angry, the earth says, okay, so be it. You can be angry.
Oh, so it's not altering what I'm feeling.
No,
Okay. So it's
No.
not
No.
taking away from or adding to.
I think you're putting in like it's looking out for you.
Yeah.
You're just responding to whatever's going on with you. When you're angry, you're hurting yourself. When you're happy and you're doing something positive, you're helping yourself. The earth is just presenting you with whatever you're doing.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No, but
Think about the effects of anger. What happens with anger? Starts to change your physiology, starts to cause all kinds of health issues. Eventually, it causes can cause serious health issues because the anger keeps getting shot down into the earth, and then the building blocks keep coming up and then start impacting your physiology. It also starts to affect your conditioning. Like when you see somebody who's been angry for a long period of time, it starts to affect their attitudes and their behaviors. It's because they've cultivated that.
So how could I not cultivate it? By not sending it down
By
to the
not being angry. Yeah, yeah. Like
Okay,
the earth, think of the earth as a bellhop. Like whatever you're thinking intensely or repetitively, you're sending a message into the earth. And so the idea of a mantra is you're sending something positive down into the earth. The idea of having really wonderful and loving experiences with someone or a situation, or you go on vacation, you have this, I saw the Grand Canyon, it was touching. You send that into the earth, and then comes in, you're just like, anything's possible. Look at this beautiful place. So the experience, when it really touches you, then impacts your physiology, your hormones, your glands, your nervous system, your endocrine, your immune system, your soft tissue. But then, you're in situations where you're super upset and you're super angry. You're also sending that down into the earth. Those blocks come up and go, let's affect the behavior, let's affect the physiology, whatever it is. We cultivate whatever it is, right? So whatever you feel intensely, that's what you're going to receive. Whatever you think super repetitively, that's what you're going to receive. Like it's the whole idea of mantra. Like you're trying to send down a positive thing, right? Most people will grind on something negative, and the thing that they're trying to avoid, I mean, this is the thing with conflict. The thing that you really, really try to avoid, you basically produce. Conflict is part of the creative process. Like if you handle it well, you grow, you expand, you evolve. But when you try to make something not happen, all you do is you make it worse. You actually bring it into form.
okay.
Does that make sense?
No, but I understand intellectually what you are saying, but it does
Okay.
not resonate with reasoning in terms of why would I send it to the earth if it's just going to give me back the same thing I'm sending down? So I'm looking
You're too in your head. You're too
I know,
intellectual.
yeah,
You're thinking like the earth's looking out for me. The
yeah,
earth is just responding.
yeah,
If you want to learn your lessons through hard knocks and through suffering, the earth goes, okay. But if you want to try to grow and evolve, the earth goes, okay, you can do that too. The earth is not looking out for you.
right. Okay.
Does that make sense? We are creating, like we're creators. We are creating
Yes,
something,
yes.
right? So it's all about what you're cultivating, what you're doing, what you're choosing.
Okay. So here's my question.
Mhm.
So I have a client who had crises, heartbreak in her marriage,
Mhm.
and she's brought to tears all the time. She can be at work and she'll start crying.
Mhm.
So I initially gave her Melissa to help heal her heart and her emotions. But is her stuff stuck in her web? That's my question. Is it part of her protective web, or is that a whole different reaction relationship thing?
I would say that's probably more arms and legs, and then like a little bit of the grieving process. Like there's a little bit of
Yeah,
trauma. So Melissa, like helichrysum, ginger lily, all those things can be helpful. But at some point, like the grieving process would be to transmute those things.
yeah. It's not the protective web stuff.
Um, I mean, it would help, but it's not necessarily going to accelerate the grieving process.
Right, right.
Yeah,
That's what that was my question.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Arms and legs are tied more to like when somebody is having some sort of emotional or mental thing that's very repetitive, like they
Yeah,
can't break out of it. That's
yeah.
always arms and legs. Like
Okay,
you're in an automatic behavior, automatic thinking. Like you're in a cycle that you can't break out of. And
okay,
also the back of the head. The back of the head.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And go ahead, Dan, then Laura.
Hey, Dan. And can I go back to Zakia?
Yeah,
Yeah, so, like you were saying, why would I send that down?
yes.
You're an energy circuit. You're sending it down whether you think you are or you're not.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I think that maybe that's the missing piece. Like it just dawned
Okay.
on me what you like the way that we were talking about it. I was like, there still feels like there's something missing. I think that's what that is.
Okay,
It's
okay.
not like you go consciously, I'm going to send down anger so I can be angry. It's like
Oh,
you are constantly sending down messages down into the earth. And
oh,
so that's part of the reason why if you're heavily impacted by negative environments, you need to stay out of the negative environments because you will send those messages down. Like you're
gotcha.
always sending them down. But if you can be in a place where like I can be in a negative situation, but I still see the light within, or I still see goodness, or I still see something, then you can walk in the bad neighborhoods or the really bad environment, and you don't have the response that comes up. But
Okay,
if you are easily impacted, like if you watch a movie and it's like, oh, that's disturbing, don't watch it because you're sending that down, right?
right,
So if you
right.
think about it even further, think about like feng shui, right? Not so much the directions, but like if you look at certain images and you see some beautiful mountain, part of it is you're having the experience, you send the energy down, and then it's affecting your emotions in your mind, right?
Right.
And then you look at some something that's a little destructive, right? Like sometimes you'll see I remember there was this one place, it was a chiropractor's office. It was a beautiful office. And they had moved from this little tiny office and they got this big, beautiful office. And then all of a sudden their business just nosedived. Like it just ugh. It was I think the business reduced by like 70% or something. It was
Wow.
crazy, right? And they didn't move that far. Like it was like less than a mile from their old office. So it wasn't like you're 30 minutes away, I can't go there. And so they asked me to come in and go, can you just do like an evaluation? And I think the thing they asked me is like, is somebody attacking us? Is there some, some weird thing? And I walked in the door and they had these pots that were about like this big, you know, four on each side as you walked in the doorway. And, it was a kind of art, but all the pots were broken. And I was like,
Wow.
well, you got broken pots as you walk in. And they go, yeah, aren't they pretty? I go, they're gorgeous, but they need to not be by your doorway. Like that, as silly as it sounds, that's your problem.
Wow.
They kind of argued with me back and forth. They let it be for a little while, and then they got really desperate. And I said, take the pots away because people look in and the imagery in the head is broken, not good. I'm not going to be fixed, right?
Wow.
So everybody stopped coming. They took the pots away, and then within like 2 months, they got back up to um, their pace. Not only did they
Wow.
have two broken pots, they had this really pretty. It was a gorgeous picture, but it was big waves crashing on a lighthouse. Like it was a really chaotic like wave slamming into the lighthouse. And that was also by the door. And I was like,
Wow.
all these are gorgeous. Like, I mean, it was pretty, but it was bad imagery.
Yeah.
And so people look at that image goes down, comes back up, and they're like, yeah, I'm not going to be fixed. This is chaos. And so people stopped coming, right? So even the idea of like feng shui has a physiological response, right?
Wow.
So part of it is you're a circuit that is tapped into a bigger circuit. right? And so, your energy body is doing something, but it's sucking energy up from the earth. The kind of energy that it's pulling up is dependent on what's going on with you.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Yeah. So I think I wanted to just see that because it sounded like that was the piece that was missing.
Yeah, I got it. I got
Okay.
it now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good.
And go ahead, Dan, go ahead, we might need you, there you go. Perfect.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, Greg. Thanks for the class again. This is good to be back again. So there's for the protective webs in there, for each chakra, they can be different sizes, right? The webs themselves can be
They will be the size like proportional to the chakra, right? So like like your heart chakra being bigger, the web might be a little bit bigger than say the solar plexus, and definitely bigger than like the Mingmen or the spleen, because Mingmen and spleen are 1/2 to 2/3 the size of the other major chakras. And so if a chakra is bigger, the web is bigger.
so that means the space between the webs kind of is bigger.
Well, the bigger the energy body is, like as it starts to expand away from the body, like it's the surface, and then it's in between the surface of the chakra and the body. And so
Right.
if the surface is here, then it's here. But if it's out further, it's going to be out further.
Right. Okay,
Yeah,
got it.
yeah.
But as far as things being able to go in and out and being congested versus open, if you will,
Mhm.
each chakra can have one can be closed, one can be open kind of thing, right? I mean, or they all kind of fall
They're
together.
all going to be open, even if the protective web is super impacted, it still will have flow going in and out. It just will be substantially reduced. It's just
Mhm.
like if I covered up part of my mouth, I'm still getting air, but I'm not getting as much air as if I take my hands away.
Right, right.
Think
So-
about like when we were having to wear masks all the time.
Mhm.
Like I was wearing just the disposable masks when we had to wear the masks, and somebody gave me this like really nice cloth one, and at the airport you had to wear the masks, and so like we were walking one time and I had that new cloth one on, and I was just like, I'm about to pass out. Like I feel exhausted, and I'm like, ugh, something going on with my blood pressure. And I pulled the mask down, took a breath, and I'm like, ugh, I'm not getting enough air, right? Because that mask was like a filter that was reducing the amount of
Yeah,
air coming in.
exchange, right?
The web can do the same thing. It will still get some in, but it can throw off how well that chakra is functioning.
Sure, sure. But then, speaking of like the heart versus the solar plexus, so the heart can be let's say, open. I don't know, I'm kind of getting graphic here, but the heart can be open, and whereas the solar plexus can be, even though they're different sizes, can be like, I guess, do the webs move, expand, and contract, or it's just they can just get congested by other things?
They expand and contract, but not like in and out. They'll tighten up.
They'll tighten
They'll
up.
be like this, and then like if there's a bunch of negativity, all your webs will like tighten up.
All of them do that.
Yeah.
They're not like different places do different chakras do
If
different
if
sizes.
if the person is projecting, say, a lot at your solar plexus, all of them are going to tighten up, but the solar plexus will tighten up more.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I see where you're going with that. Yeah,
Yeah, because I was
but they'll all tighten up. Yeah.
oh, but they all do, because I was
Yeah.
kind of going through just checking them through, and they seem to have different levels of closure versus openness.
They're
Depending on the
well,
chakra.
they're like congested. Like they'll
They're
be
congested.
they get like impacted, and then they'll just have like a almost like a calcified energy that's like stuck on them. And so what you're probably feeling is the congestion or the calcified energy that's on them. Now, they can also get tears, right? Like, so if they get a tear, then that filter stops working. Like, so if somebody gets like super angry at you, right? It's gonna maybe potentially bust a hole in the web, and then more things can come in, right? And so you see this like up on the head. This is a lot of times what people would call like hallucinations and things. Like you might hear things, you might see things, you might have visual disturbances. It can be like a tear in the web. And then you go into certain situations and you're just really super easily impacted, you might have a tear somewhere. And so with that, you're leaking out energy somewhat. So like in this blend, right? In this blend, the protective web blend, it it relaxes the web, it cleans the web, and it also has like a repairing effect. And a lot of times, if you look at, I mean, this might be too much detail, but it's interesting, right? If
Yeah,
you're not following,
kind
like
of where
if
I'm
people,
going with that.
yeah, if people aren't following, still, it's just kind of interesting, right? But the webs can also get like thin, like it's usually through like mineral deficiencies, substances, certain kinds of drugs, they'll like thin the web. But really bottom line is the like quality of the structure, because the webs are a byproduct all over. All of your webs are a byproduct of the basic chakra, right? Um, but the quality of the web, as far as like if there's holes or if it's thin or it's whatever, the is tied to the neurological function of the kidneys, right?
Hmm.
And so when we go through and we're doing that first part where we do the calming the fight flight, and then you use the protective web blend, if there's tears, they just got repaired. Like if there was a
Okay.
big hole somewhere, it just got repaired, because as soon as you address the neurological function in the kidneys, the webs like like become more regulated. If they're thin, they actually start regulating, going back to their proper like thickness, right? Because like things like uh what is that? MDMA, which what ecstasy. Ecstasy will like thin the webs. But
Yeah.
something like LSD, for example, will cause like holes in the webs, like
Hmm.
little holes or little tears, right? So there are certain shamanic practices where instead of teaching like how to be clairvoyant, because part of how you see like energy or light is the web on the forehead. You're able to train to like open it, and then you can see, and then when you're done, it closes, right? Like you develop the ability to like flick it on and off like a light switch. Like you open it up, because the webs are also like a veil, right? They kind of not just protect you, but they keep you seeing things that there's always kind of destruction and decay happening in the world around you, but the webs keep you from also seeing that. And so when the web is open, you see all that stuff, right? And so you look and then you can close it. But in certain shamanic traditions, they take certain substances and then they just blow a hole in the web. And so the web is just always open so they can constantly see. But like people that have done that kind of practice, they're crazy. Like, I mean, they go crazy. Like they can see, but they're also constantly being impacted by the parasites and the things going on in the environment, and it drives them nuts. And so certain kinds of mental illness are actually tied to just holes being blown in the webs. Even sometimes the thing with like in the Catholic Church where they do exorcisms and you know people are possessed. It's not a big demon possessing somebody. It's parasites. It's a cockroach infestation. It's just these little, you know, that are just crawling all over the body. But it's usually because there's a bunch of tears in the webs.
Okay. Good. Well, thanks for the anatomy. A little more information on that anatomy
Yeah.
of that. I did have another question too.
Sure,
So,
sure.
you know, going through the practice of like past experiences, people and stuff like that, sometimes I get a little rough, if you will, is staying present with just the experience versus getting drawn back into the whole thing again and starting the cycle or feeding the cycle. And
Mhm.
I'm starting to, you know, see the difference between what's an egoic thought versus a thought that I want to go. It's kind of like part of my observation thing that I'm learning about myself.
Right.
S-
You're what are you asking? Because I'm about to answer something, but I'm not sure that it's your question.
Okay, yeah, I'm about well, staying so kind of separate rather than letting the whole thought process and the whole, you know, mind structure thing go after that whole event, relive it, put
Right.
it all
Okay.
together, do its thing, versus
Right.
just staying back and okay, I'm observing that while not
Try to
getting.
just observe it. Like
Yeah,
when, because
yeah,
that's even why we start like here, you know, with like the body is in observation. For one, if you're going to release it, you're going to release it in observation. You're not going to release it from the intellect, right? And
okay,
two, observation starts to bring order to something that's very chaotic. And observation is like the doorway into the intuitive process, which is the movement, right? And if you can sit with it to the point where there starts to be a little expansion or a little bit of intuitive movement, those things don't um they can't stay stuck in intuition. Like when intuition gets directed at it, even if something's been stuck for a while, it starts to generate like movement and then it starts to release. And if intuition can go deep enough, it doesn't exist anymore. Like you know, you might be able to go back and go, oh, I remember that event, but it almost feels like a TV show that you watched one time. Like, yeah, I have a memory of it, but you know, um, like I had this one guy that he was an old cowboy and he lived up in the mountains. He was super isolated. He was always working on like horses and cows, and he hurt his back really bad one time, and so he went into the barn, and he got like some horse painkiller, and I think it was ketamine. I'm not completely sure, but we just knew that it was a painkiller, and he gave himself an injection of it, and he gave himself a horse dosage, and I mean he almost died. Like I
yeah,
mean
yeah.
he turned his whole body. It was so toxic to his liver, his whole body, he turned the color of a carrot. Like he was just
Oh
like
my
this
gosh.
bright orange. And so I had known him and worked on him quite a bit in the past, but I hadn't seen him for a little while. And his family reached out to me because I mean he was dying, and he was hallucinating horribly. And so he was in the hospital and he was getting treatment, but I mean he was dying. And so we did a bunch of work and he pulled out of it, and basically all the protective webs, I mean they were just blown out. Like I could just see a little rim around the edge, and I was like, I don't even know if I can repair this. And
Wow.
I did a bunch of work on the
Huh.
kidneys, and I went through and I was able to repair it. And you know, he was in the hospital like a couple of weeks, and we did healings on him multiple times a day, and he pulled out of it, and he lived, and he lived like another 10, 12 years. And you know I would see him like a year or two later, and I just check on him and like, hey, how's it going? he'd go, pretty good, I'm feeling much better, my body's doing better, and he'd talk about all that. But then he'd go, remember that time those horses were falling from the sky and getting butchered?
Wow.
And I was like, yeah, I remember it, because the hallucination to him was very real, right?
Right.
And so even though we went through and we cleaned all that up and I did psychotherapy on it, and I cleaned all that up, that memory was still there. But like he goes, that used to be really upsetting. But he goes, now it doesn't really bother him anymore. But he was like, why would horses fall from the sky? Like he really couldn't wrap his brain around it because it was so intense to him. But
Hmm.
when those webs are open and those perceptions come in, it's your reality. Like, it's what's happening, regardless of how true or accurate it is. It's the reality. And so, doing the maintenance on those webs, in his particular case, he had like, I can't remember what they called it, but they had some sort of break, and there was an official diagnosis. But when we cleaned all that up, he stopped hallucinating. And then, I had to do psychotherapy on the things that he was hallucinating about. And then after that, he went out of that break. And uh he didn't have that tendency before. The tendency happened because of the big, huge holes in the protective web.
So was he able to open it up every once in a while then too and still see stuff, or he just kind of that
Yeah.
was just it got open and everything?
It's like opening up, like you're almost have to release the tension in it so much that you open it up. He had tears, so he never really had the
Okay, so
ability to open it
no
up.
closing or
It's
opening.
like he had a wound in the web, and we
Yeah.
had to find it. Yeah. And
Okay.
so, yeah, yeah.
Okay. So just okay. So being aware. So then that's a good thing for what I was saying too, as far as being aware of this thing going on. So that is part of like could be part of the healing process
When
with that.
when you're working with energy, every session you should check the webs. Every
Okay.
session, like, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And you can treat it also just by treating the kidneys.
Yeah, my wife's got something that talk to you about later, at, like on a Tuesday call or something like that.
Okay.
So, yep.
And like kidney dysfunction, like you say you have like some malfunctioning kidney issue or something, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have like tears in the web, or it's really very specific neurological function in the kidneys. Like it's about the neurological function. Other kidney function, whatever, your webs are still fine. But when the neurological component gets off, yeah,
That's okay.
yeah, yeah.
So one more thing too. So with the in blessing the earth, I've done
Mhm.
blessing the earth right more recently, right? Kind of
Mhm.
thing, and blessing projects, people, that sort of thing. So what I find when I'm doing that, okay, that's one level of kind of connectivity that I feel the energy
Mhm.
there, kind of thing, the light doing its thing.
Mhm.
But when I make a note to bless the earth, particularly, just to
Mhm.
bless the earth, it
Mhm.
feels different. It feels there's a different kind of quality. It kind of, I have the resonance up in the back of my neck, and when I get the interactive bits from the divine, or light coming
Mhm.
down or stuff like that, it activates like right here, kind of towards the right at the
Mhm.
back of the neck.
Mhm.
So but it feels kind of like that when blessing the earth, just kind of just blessing the earth, just to healing, repairing,
Sure.
uh loving, regenerating and stuff like that. So it's is that
Yeah,
kind of
still different qualities, like depending on what you're focused on, different things will come up. Like you're sending down different kinds of messages. I mean, that's the whole idea of the Dorje, is you're sending energy into the earth that then is coming back up.
okay, okay.
Yeah.
So that'll be different kind of building blocks that are coming back up
Yep.
with doing
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. Think of the Dorje as, or the Ankh as, you're cultivating and creating something that at first might be really hard to touch and hold on to, but eventually it becomes easier and easier. And really what you're doing is you're starting when you're blessing with a Dorje or an Ankh. You're breaking out of negative patterns, you're dissipating negative tendencies, you're trying to cultivate more positive tendencies. And then like another level would be trying to develop the cognitive processes to realize the Buddha nature or the soul or whatever. But even that is like, okay, that's good, but like, why do I even want to do that? Why do I want to connect to the divine? Why, why, right? So at some point, it's all about alignment. What you're really doing is you want to be able to perceive something so that you can align with it. So even when you're touching the divine, that's why you need an image at first. Like, you see an image of Christ, you see an image of Buddha, you see an image of, Rama, you see whatever it is. You need the visual to then, send the message down and have it come up. And then at some point you go, I don't need the image anymore. I can just close my eyes and tap into the essence. We can't tap into the essence because we don't have the building blocks. So you're generating the building blocks, and then at some point you go, I've built my inner temple, right? I've built my place, and now I can just close my eyes and connect.
And then yeah, because it seems sometimes easier that I can even feel like passing the energy. I mean, just being able to kind of invoke it internally without
Mhm.
having all of it, the whole setup with the, being in a deep meditation. It's like I
Mhm.
can kind of just feel the energy coming through kind of thing. Yeah.
Good,
Okay.
good.
Yeah. Okay, great. So yeah, I just thought of one more thing. So in my spiritual practice then, with kind of finding what my spiritual calling is and going forward with that, right? So there's being open and receptive to that. So blessing the earth is a way to do that, or asking the divine is the
Blessing the
way.
earth is a way to do it, but like even, because like sometimes, for example, people will go, I'm trying to figure out who's my teacher or what's my lineage or, whatever it is.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Work what's in front of you, like whatever it is. Like, so if you go, well, I think I'm this or I think I'm that, if you start working whatever is like in your environment that is of like, some higher being or whatever, you know, eventually you'll connect to your lineage or your teacher, because like they're all emanations, right? And so you work the one in front of you, and through that you connect. And so even the idea of uh connecting to a deity, or like you said, a path, or like if you want, like, what am I supposed to be doing? Like just keep doing the connection and it will reveal itself. It's not something that intellect will figure out for you. You
Exactly.
open up, you open up intuition so that the transmission comes in. Right? Like I grew up and Catholic schools, it never felt like it resonated with me. And I was really pissy about it. I was super pissy about it. Like, I was like, "Nah, I don't know about this or whatever." And then I was like, but there's some kind of cool things about it. And so, I dove in a little bit. And the more that I dove in, I would start having images of a kind of people that I'd never seen before. And then I started seeing people that were Tibetan, and then I was like, those are the people in my visions, in my dreams and things. And then, at a very young age, I started reading things about Buddhism. I
Okay.
never would have got there on my own. I never would have thought, I think I'm Buddhist. I don't know that I call myself Buddhist. I like it all. I like playing with it all. But most of my practices are more Buddhist oriented, right? But it started off with being devotional to some of the Catholic practices. I wouldn't have got there otherwise, you know. maybe if I would have started doing something else, but now I'm like, I refer to myself as more of a plurist. Like I kind of do it all. Like if I'm in Jewish temple, I do the Jewish thing. If I'm, wherever I'm at, I do whatever they're at because like I like it. But if you come to the house, like you walk around, you're like, yeah, this dude's totally into Buddhism.
Yeah,
There's other things too, but it's
right,
eh,
right.
heavy on the Buddhist influences.
Yeah, good. Actually, that's been my YouTube thing is now looking at the Buddhist
Yeah.
bit a lot. So that's actually there's some good stuff you got to look for a little bit, but there's some
Oh, yeah.
good stuff in there too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just one more thing too. You mentioned the vision thing too. I saw someone in kind of like a white robe coming through today. Not so much like the long robes with you'd see at the church or the Catholic Church or something, but a different kind of with a tie, and so it was kind of interesting to watch that kind of come around kind of thing, just to flow through. So
Hmm.
it had a little bit of a rope tie around the waist kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that does sound like a altar boy or something.
Well,
Like, the altar boy,
oh, I wasn't
like when
sure
I
if
was an
that.
altar boy, we wore white robes with like a
Oh, okay. I
fence
never
around.
was a Walter.
Yeah, yeah,
Altar.
yeah,
Very good. Okay.
yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
You're so welcome.
Like how you associated that with Altar Boy. I'm like thinking monk or something.
Well, it's just because I wore it when I was
Yeah.
young. I was like, that's what I used to wear.
And go ahead, Laura, then Lolly.
Hey, Greg. So my experience was I totally just kind of spaced out. I dropped the bottle a couple of
Oh,
times
beautiful.
at different times, didn't know where I was at different times. And I was working when we had people and events on big things. Is that the kind of thing that I need to go back and work for a while? Or
Well,
what?
the thing that happens is that because that's a very interesting question. The thing that happens is that your level of expansion can be enhanced by like cleaning up and regulating the webs. And so what might happen is like you go back to say, some event back, 20 years ago or whatever. And then after a while you go, yeah, when I think of it, I don't expand anymore. Um, yes, you're releasing energy associated with that, but you're also like that is in a better place of healing. I would go to other things because you want to keep opening up the expansion, right? It's not so much about like that particular event. Like, yes, you have issues with like maybe a particular event, and then by going through and cleaning it up, you're releasing it. But you want to kind of keep like tapping into different events so that you keep getting greater levels of expansion. And as you keep having greater levels of expansion, it heals it all. Like it like intuition won't go, I'm just going to clean up this one situation. As you get into a more intuitive state, it just goes, let's clean the house. Let's just clean the whole house. And so you might start with one, but it's going to impact it all. And so a lot of times we hit the big ones first, but I would still like look at other things because like, sometimes we have things that might have not have been an issue to us, but like I'll give an example. I won't go into too much detail, but so when I was growing up, there was this time where I don't know. We started talking about like, my couple of my male people in the family. We were sitting at a holiday or something and we started talking about war. Like, some just the idea of war and past wars or whatever. And let's just say I vocalized something that was very different than everybody else. Like I was just, very anti-war. And you know, there was a little bit of pushback or whatever, but didn't really think anything of it. But, you know, apparently later, some of my other family members told me how those males were super pissed at me for what I said. And years later, like, I mean, it went on for years. They were just super angry at me. Every time they get together, they talk about that conversation. I had no idea. And so I don't have the memory of like, oh yeah, there was this big traumatic thing. I have this memory of just this little weird conversation that everybody got quiet, gave me some weird looks, and then I was like, I'm gonna go get a root beer, and I left, right? And so I went through and I did that practice, you know, like very similar to what we just did. I mean, not even as refined as what we just did. And there was an anxiety that came out of me that I didn't even know was there. And it was about something I had no idea about. But those individuals were super angry at me and were every time I would see them would project the negativity, never say a word, never said a word. Never said a word. And I mean, with what I said, there was nothing they could say, right? And I was young. So I mean it was, but we have the events that we remember, but sometimes those little things that for us might have not been that big of a deal, but when you start hitting the different people in the different situations, sometimes you hit this thing where like, something really weird comes out of you and you had no idea. So I would say not just your big events, because again, it's about the expansion. It's not necessarily about like, I'm going to work that one event, right? If that event makes you drop the bottle again, I'd keep working it until you're done. Like until you inhale it and you go, yeah, not really doing it anymore. Keep looking for those things where you just kind of like, oh boy, where'd I go? You know, because you're hitting pay dirt there and you want to release that out. And then it will also clean up other things that seem completely unrelated.
And that's kind of, I had a tremendous amount of yawning.
Yeah, perfect,
And
beautiful. You
and-
hit pay dirt. Like if you drop the bottle and you're yawning, do that until you're not yawning or like dropping the bottle anymore, and then go, okay, I'm gonna find
And
something
the-
else that makes me yawn and drop the bottle. Like, you know,
Good.
that's almost
The-
like the goal. I'm
the-
gonna find things that make me drop the bottle.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like what you described, the person and the events that I was thinking about, because I think so differently from that group and that person, I know that there's all that kind of stuff that you just described because
Yeah.
I'm the oddball in that situation.
So go to
And-
like those situations, like I say active situation, but you could go just to that situation and just work it and just see what comes up. And then if you haven't, like if there's one person who's really whatever, it'll start popping in your mind. Like, what is it with that Uncle Bob dude? And then you'll start focusing, okay, person, Uncle Bob, right?
And
So
that's what happened was other things popped in.
Yeah.
So I just need to kind of keep a journal and
Yeah.
write down what pops in so I can start doing that.
yeah, and even though it popped up, like in the moment it might be intense, but you go back like say a week later and you go, okay, I'm gonna do it, and it might have already been resolved because in that expansion it continues to kind of clean it up even though you're done. Like you go, okay, I'm done inhaling, it will keep working.
So you could do this fairly frequently.
Oh, you could do it all the time. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, I
Got it.
literally have a bottle of protective web on the coffee table, like in front. And I don't, there's days that I don't use it, but there's a lot of days where I just sit down and for 5 minutes, I just, you know, and I just, as I'm, you know, maybe looking at something in the, you know, something on my iPad, I'm doing something and I just inhale it a few times and then I move on. Sometimes I sit down for 30 minutes. Like, so you could work it however you want, as often as you want.
So just sitting with long, slow, deep breaths can start hitting some of that too,
Oh, yeah,
without directing it.
yeah.
Because I'm sure there's so much that all of us don't know is there.
Right,
So,
right.
so that's good. Well, I'm gonna
Yeah.
find my protective web.
right.
Okay,
There you go.
absolutely. Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Yes,
That's
sir.
great.
And go ahead, Lolly, then Teresa.
Hey.
Hee.
Okay. Oh my God, there's so much. So the practice, it was interesting. Yes, I dropped the oil quite a few times. And the whole thing was like I was kind of relaxed, but also kind of uncomfortable because my neck was like super painful. Because it's still not great. And then got a little bit better after we finished everything. I kind of moved around a little bit. That released some more things from my body.
Right.
So I feel better now. I still feel the left side, but it's not like it was worse than it was, earlier
Right.
this morning.
So here's the
Um,
interesting thing too, like even the protective web for like the neck thing, it's not something that I would say like, oh, you could use that to unwind the neck, but in a way you kind of, it might not unwind it completely, but it can be part of the, the different things that you use, because, we're talking about how the protective web is tied to fight, flight, or the sympathetic part of the nervous system, right? So it will calm the body and reduce tension. But the other thing that it is tied to as well is the fascia, the connective tissue. Like the fascia and your connective tissue in your body, and the web, like the web is almost like an extension of the fascia in the energy body. And so as you work the web, like in the throat and in the jaws and up in the, probably more the throat than anything, maybe the chest and the back heart, it will potentially unwind the fascia somewhat and it might not resolve it, but it keeps opening things up so that other things are also able to work better.
yeah. And then, so would you do what? Just inhalations?
Do inhalations, but you can inhale it directly into the throat, and I would do it into your
Yeah.
jaws and into the back throat.
Mhm. And then, so would you do the protective web, and would you also, I'm kind of jumping ahead, so I'm sorry about that, but would you do also the thyroid cords?
If you, everybody has cord issues, but if you have like especially jobs or family stuff where there's a lot of cords that are potentially dirty, I would say do it on a regular basis. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So then that's about that. Okay. Thank you. Now let's move on. You already mentioned something that I wanted to ask, which is about if we're going to pH for a second. So you talked about the tears in the chakra webs, which is one of the things I wanted to ask. So, okay, so a few things. So let's talk pH for a second. So if we're talking about cleaning the webs, energy-wise, psychotherapy at the 6 sections. Okay.
So
So
the
that'll be
web is like, for what you're talking about, the web is the number 5. Like when you go into the shoulder. Yeah.
Okay, but I still need to do the whole.
You can just scrub the webs.
Oh, okay, just focus on that and just okay. Same thing if I have tears, it'll work the same way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how you repair a tear. Energetically, that's how you repair a tear.
Right. So then
Actually, that and treating the kidneys. Yeah.
Okay, so that brings me to another question. So, because you mentioned always check the kidneys. So then so if there's something off, then treating the webs, and then kidneys, you would do what, EV on the kidneys, or
no,
orange?
Delicate regeneration.
Yeah, greenish violet. Okay. Okay. Oh, regeneration.
Delicate
so clean
regeneration.
And then
delicate regeneration.
Okay.
Like greenish violet.
Yeah. Okay. And then, so about the kidneys, unless I missed something, which I probably might have, we didn't do the kidneys today. We
No.
did them in the other
I think we
class.
do it in the first one, but this one I wanted
You
to
did, 'cause
emphasize
I-
more of the working with the environment. Yeah, the people.
Okay, because
yeah.
okay, so I did miss something. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, okay, so that's okay. What's in the protective web? What's in the blend?
Uh, clary sage, bay laurel, petitgrain, eucalyptus citrodora, alemi, basil, and mandarin.
And then can you also tell me what's in the etheric quartz?
Mhm. Ironbark eucalyptus, Palo Santo, rue, milfoil, galbanum, marjoram, and mugwort.
Thank you. Now if so a couple of more things. So if I were to use it when doing healing, let's say the protective web, is it something that would be good to like put on the wrists? So it's on when I'm doing healing, or not so much?
Yeah, you could do that.
More deep.
Like a more potent way, like if you just want to slap it on and be able to like go, is in a body tonic.
Okay, so body tonic would be
Yeah.
more useful than
Body tonic
okay.
feels so flippin' good. I mean, the last salt bath I
Okay.
took, which was a couple of days ago, was a protective web bath. I mean, I just got up like, because you know the other issue is that sometimes when you do like say a lot of meditation or ceremony or energy healing or even getting physical manipulation done,
Mhm.
your body starts to make change and then at some point it stops, and the reason it stops is build up the web. Like you're expanding the energy body, but it only can expand to a certain extent based on the quality of the webs. And so by unwinding the webs, it allows it to keep expanding and getting bigger.
Okay.
So if you
So
notice,
that's
like
why
sometimes
using
your meditation, you're like, oh, that was amazing. Oh, this is like so expensive. And then a couple times go by and you're like, God, I wish I could get back to that expansive meditation. Part of it is the webs, because the webs are veils. I mean, it's a veil. And so you're cleaning the veil so you can pierce through the veil.
makes sense. Okay, so then using it on a regular basis on the body and inhaling and kind
Yeah.
of okay.
Yeah. I
Um,
mean, I literally
then
have
if-
them scattered. Like I have one on the coffee table. There's one in the bathroom. There is one by the bed, and there's one right on my desk right here. Like I just have them scattered,
oh,
whatever.
okay.
So I get like a bottle and I put them in some other little bottles, and then I just have them so that I don't even have to go look for it. I just grab it, and then I have a few oils.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know why I thought I had it from another class, but so I actually need this blend. It's okay, it's gonna go, yeah. I'll be emailing Sam. So and then the etheric cords, if if doing healing would, other than diffusing it or having like around in the atmosphere, would it be beneficial to have that on as well when doing healing?
Yeah, it would be good to have it on, but like at some point inhale it or have them inhale it. Like if you're doing sessions, it will make your healing go faster. And then,
Right.
yeah.
But as far as like protection, for myself, what would that be beneficial?
I would use hyssop.
What?
Like just
Wait, sorry.
wear hyssop. Like just put some hyssop.
Oh, okay, easy.
Yeah.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I think that was, basically, so what I want to ask is, so if again, looking at the energy versus the oils would still be a stronger process?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I like to do them both. I mean, I do them both all the time, but I find the oils are stronger. Like, they, they physicalize things better. But like anytime you use energy and something physical, it's accelerated. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you were to use them both, you would have the person inhale as you're working on them, or would you, it still
Yeah,
would be the
I would
best?
do that. If they're new, I usually have them start with it and then set it down and then I work on them. But if they've been, you've done it with them a few times, then I would have them do it while they're working, while you're working.
Okay. Okay, makes sense. And then, well, I have other questions for later in the class, so I won't do it now.
Okay,
Okay, super helpful. Thank you so much.
you're so.
And then go ahead, Teresa, then Zakia.
Hey, Teresa.
Hey, Greg. I fell asleep.
Oh, good for you.
I started dropping the bottle, and this is the first one. I fell asleep, I think, in the B protocol. Like,
Mhm.
I'm looking here, I'm like, after pelvis, I was gone.
Mhm.
I'm like, oh, good job.
Yeah, super good job.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, you're unwinding the body. Anytime, we're shooting to like hit that level of intuition, the intuitive part, because that's where you're going to shift, that's where you're going to heal, that's where you're going to release. And, like if you start getting like sleepy and everything, you're hitting it. And, if you don't finish the protocol, you still hit the intuitive mind. The intuitive mind cleans it up. So like, that's why sometimes somebody will say, I'm starting to feel like sleepy, and I'll just say, lean into it. Just let yourself go to sleep. Because your intuitive part of your mind and your physiology will go through and clean things up. So at that point, just lean into it. Yeah.
Oh, I was grateful. Actually, it makes me ask a question I was going to ask, but in a different way.
Mhm.
So the experiences I've had that I counted up all the classes, Greg. I think I'm like over 30. I'm like, wow, I have a lot of kids.
Mhm.
This has been a huge, huge benefit to get me to this point. I'm grateful for that. I think the
Oh,
body,
good.
yeah, really grateful. The thing I had this week is like a great day on Tuesday, holding my space. I watched a lot of things happen as a result of that.
Mhm.
Next day, it was timed perfectly with this full moon. Huge releases, but the body goes into this place of, I don't want to let this go. So it's like I let it go, but then it holds on. Let it go, holds on. I found that the Impopo body tonic really helped.
Mhm.
But is there something in this class that I can,
So
focus?
when you're saying something like something comes up and hold on, it's something that happened or something that's internal?
I think it's how do I articulate this? Like after a big day of expansion, and this just happened with the moon, which I'm also quite receptive to.
Right.
It's almost like I'm purging old and detoxifying, but in the
Okay,
moment,
that's where I thought you were going with it.
yeah,
Okay.
but in the moment, there's something in me that goes, oh my God, this is bad. This is like the trauma because it's coming out. I want to hold on to it. And then it becomes a really messy experience where, I think it was Green Healer and Popo finally like took it out after all the experiments. I'm like I feel like I feel like I'm in a plant, a plant, like, okay, which one? Okay, that wasn't working.
Right.
Like, we gotta like make it go away, which of course is not the point. But I think what I'm looking for is, how do I train my body and mind? I don't have to go back into high alert and hold on to this.
Yeah, there's a couple different ways that you could do it. One is through the materialization breath. One could be through working out with 3 brains.
Okay.
you know, simple, like how you said, like with the Popo and like helichrysum could have been another thing. Green healer was a great choice. Even violet healer. The thing with violet is whenever something emits like kind of a violet energy or violet prana, it calms down sympathetic nervous system activity just by its nature. Like
Okay.
even if you don't go, okay, I'm going to do a protocol to calm down my adrenals and my fight flight system. So like you know, lavender is that way, acacia is that way.
Yeah.
Things that have a lot of violet in it. You know, violet leaf is that way. You know, helichrysum, you know, cycles through violet at some point. Pepo definitely has some violet. You know, anything that is also for the nervous system. So, you know, a good just way to pull yourself out of that, like like a workhorse could be marjoram. Like marjoram is super good for just pulling a person out of fight flight. Like a fancy one would be like tuberose or jasmine or ginger lily. Like I like tuberose a little bit more for what you're describing.
Yeah.
Tuberose works really good for that.
Yeah, I did use that too. I mean, in these moments when it comes, the idea of materialization breath or three brains,
Oh
it's
yeah.
so intense. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm becoming even better about it. So maybe we'll work up to that
But even
point of,
just like the tuberose, you might be able to just inhale it, and you know, because tuberose is nice because it, you know, it tones up that the vagus nerve and the parasympathetic activity, which is rest and repair. But it also has a quality of shifting like how the mind is thinking. You know, and you know, it shifts you from the intellect into the intuition, or it shifts, even if you're staying in intellect, it shifts like how the mind is or the intellect is thinking about something. It will like kind of change the perspective in the intellect. And so it's a good one to use, like you said, when you get triggered or when you have something coming up, or you have a hard time letting go of something, or that's why
Okay.
it's so good for like prayer work and meditation and things, is you really are letting go of whatever. Yeah.
okay. No, that's great to know. It's interesting as we're talking about it, and I put tuberose in my hand, I'm now hot. I don't know if that's an indicator that that's a good thing or that it's helping
Yeah.
me. Yeah.
Yeah, it just could be shifting energy in the body or something. I've had that experience too.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's very useful. So I did a lot of those things. So I guess
Yeah.
I'm on the violet healer is a good call out too.
Mhm.
And then I guess the related question, you know, it's always an interplay on things. I think in that point of like a super big release, I have a lot, there was a lot going on environmentally. And when it relates also to the protective web. So I have the rescue who is going to be rehomed on Sunday.
Oh wow.
But yeah, she's stuck in hypervigilance. And I've tried just about everything. So where she goes next, she'll get taken care of and that will continue her journey. But when I have that energy in my environment and I am sensitive to that, am I also picking up on that?
With like an animal or like people or in the workplace or.
Well, in the workplace, I know that happens, and then I work on trying to become neutral as possible. But in the home front, the dog has
There's a little bit. It's not quite like if it was a person, but there is a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it like can maybe not allow you to go all the way deep into like rest and repair,
Okay.
you know.
Yeah, it's like a constant buzz in the background.
And it's not so much even that like something they're doing, but it's like, you know, you're taking care of the animal and you know that it's maybe not settled. There's part of you that's going to stay a little bit awake because it's not settled, but because you're kind of taking care of it, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like an environmental thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And then the
So
work
that
environment.
that totally could be. Yeah.
Okay. And then the work environment, that's, you know, I think we know that one.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. And then I guess this kind of relates back to the original question and maybe the mind body reaction to letting go. And I just want to be complete in my question because I just realized it. It's almost like my mind that's controlling my body says, no, we can't let this go. I want to control this. And my intuition's like, no, I'm taking over the rodeo. So that's where the tuberose can help just
Yeah.
soothe out. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you
Yeah.
very, very
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Zakia, then Sonia.
Hey, Zakia.
Hi. In my healing practice, at the end of a healing session, I usually, when I'm doing the energizing and stabilizing, I often use labradorite to help seal and repair the aura. Is there a crystal that helps repair the protective web, or when you repair one, you're repairing the other?
Wait, say that again.
And when I finish a healing practice, when I finish a chronic healing session, when I'm doing stabilizing and energizing at the end of a session, I often use the crystal labradorite to seal and heal the protective web, to heal the tears and holes in the aura, I mean. So my question is there a crystal that helps heal the tears and holes in the protective web, or when you do one, you're doing the other?
No. The only thing that I think would have an impact, I don't know that projecting it would work, but if the person was to wear it, would be moldavite.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 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 Like if you wanted to use an oil just to like do a quick, like if you weren't sure, like you could use protective web, you know, kind of like how we did here, or like in the first class, but myrrh on the kidneys will repair the webs.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Sonia, then Peter.
Hey, Sonia.
For um so the medicine man I used to know, you know, like he would send energy, negative stuff down in the earth to be rid of it. So are you saying it comes back up?
No, it's when it's being sent from your body. Like when you do something like that, you're pulling something off and then throwing it down like that. The tradition, even if you were to transmute it, you put your awareness on the heart and you can send it down into the earth, but the heart again transmutes it. So the track for that to happen is the brain, the spine, and then the soles of the feet. And so when you put your awareness on the heart and send it down into the earth, different mechanism.
And so the other one, he would do when he did healings, then he would walk afterwards to discharge the negative into the earth.
Hmm.
Is that um is that the same thing, or does energy come?
I think probably what he's doing when he's walking is it's probably a particular kind of walk that helps shift him over into more of the intuitive mind, or keep him in the intuitive mind. And in that, something different happens. Because the thing that we're talking about here, it's from the intellect. It's not from intuition. As soon as you shift into intuition, the rules change.
Okay, and then so are they used to, if there was negative that someone sent you, they would touch the earth with their hands or their feet to discharge it? I mean, they never said anything about focusing on anything else.
Hmm.
So that's all.
Yeah, I'm not sure how well that works, but I mean, I'm sure it does something, but yeah, it's a different, you're doing something different there. Like I'm talking about a very particular pathway. Yeah.
So uh,
Okay.
And then go ahead, Peter, then Lolly.
Hey, Peter.
Hey, what's up, Greg? So,
Mhm.
I remember gosh, it was a class, it probably had been like 15 years ago or something.
Mhm.
It was talked about like tattoos tearing the webbings of your chakras. And of
No,
course,
actually, it doesn't tear the web. It causes leaks in the energy body.
oh, okay, right on. Well,
Yeah.
I misunderstood that. And so I guess my question about I remember it saying whatever we talked about then, it could be fixed or repaired.
It actually just causes a tear. Like that area will always be a little bit depleted. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
of course, knowing that, I did go ahead and get a tattoo on my left calf. So,
Mhm.
what would you say is an area that would affect, and what would be the effect of that?
The energy of that lake's just going to be a little bit less than the other one.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah. I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Lolly, then Jake.
Hey, Lolly.
Hello again. So follow-up question on what you just said about you said you can use mirror on the kidneys to repair the
Mhm.
webs.
Mhm.
So that would be inhaling with the awareness on the
Inhale.
kidneys.
Yeah, taking it internally
And
won't do it. Like you have to inhale it with awareness on the kidneys. Yeah.
and then it would repair the webs
All over.
basically all over the
Yeah.
body.
Yep.
But it's okay. And then it's something that you would have to do often if it's like an
Just when
issue,
there's
if it's
another
like a
tear.
bigger issue.
Yeah, just if there's other tears, that is a way to repair the tear, but you don't have to a lot of times especially like in certain kinds of mental illness, you'll repair a tear and then it tears again. It's because of the
Right.
kidney. And so like when you treat the kidneys, not only do the tears repair, it stops tearing. Right. And if you look at like one of the other issues is substantial mineral deficiencies or mineral imbalances can cause tears. And the kidneys are a big impact of how the body balances the minerals in the body. So by going through and treating the kidneys, you're also addressing, even if it's a physical reason why it's happening, you're still going through and addressing it. And myrrh is one of the best ways to purify the kidneys. And so it has a bit of a regenerating effect on the kidneys. And so, yeah, it will repair it actually quite quickly.
Okay. So then, so if you were to, okay, now I get it. Now, if you were to work energy wise, if you were going and repairing the tears, then it's not going to be as, like the repair is not going to be as strong or as permanent as if you were to use the oils.
No,
Like
it's still,
really, when I'm talking about like,
no, it's still strong.
it would still,
Mhm.
okay. So then, and really, so you said that you work on the, like you use the blend often and you keep doing that, but really when I have somebody that has like more of like a serious mental
So
illness or something like that.
repairing and cleaning are two different things, though. Like
Right.
repairs usually don't have to happen very often. Cleaning, you got to kind of do it often. Yeah.
Okay.
Like
Wait, I'm trying to like, oh,
yeah, the webs are very impacted. So like you could clean the webs a while, they're still not that clean. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
But repairing them, you can do the repair basically once, and then you just have to keep cleaning it so it won't get additional tears.
That they're dirty isn't necessarily how they tear. It's usually strong emotions, really negative thoughts, projected energies, or mineral imbalances. Or
Okay, right. So it's okay.
drugs or something like that, you know, substance.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
But basically, but then once you repair the, okay, now I guess, so once you repair the tear, it's fine and it's like a permanent solution until either the person
Until
is using some
person
drugs
gets
or
in,
something
yeah,
else.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're so
Thanks.
And go ahead, Jake.
Hey, Mr. Jake.
Hey guys, good
Hey.
morning. Good to see y'all.
Good to see
So I did the protocol with lemongrass and then heliochrysum.
Mhm.
And then I was like feeling nice and relaxed and like felt like there were some shifts in the things that I was focusing on, the issues that I chose. And then like I took a break and like went to the bathroom and came back and my foot started hurting like really bad. It was like the right ball of my foot. It's like it feels like it was bruised, like I knocked it on something. And I was just wondering like what was going on or if it had to do with, because I know that some of the protocols we did were talking about feet and we're talking about sending energy down and bringing energy up. And I didn't know if it had anything to do with that or if it was just like a cramp or I just really strange. And I didn't do anything, I don't think.
So it's the right ball of your foot?
Yeah, the ball of my right foot, kind of in the middle.
And did it pass or is it still that way?
It's not as bad as it was like 15 minutes ago, but it's still there. It still feel like it's still like when I put pressure. Yeah, when I put pressure on it, it still hurts.
Huh. I mean, that sounds like a little bit of a nerve that's compromised, a little bit like a little pressure on it somewhere. Ball of the foot. Why don't you try putting some like you said, helichrysum or something antispasmodic
Okay.
on the bottom of the foot and but up on the leg as well, like the shin and the calf a little bit.
All right. I'll give it a try.
Do that and then like let us know like how it's doing in a little bit. I mean,
Yeah.
it could be that something shifted in the foot. That doesn't sound energetic. That sounds more like there's something, you
Just
know,
some
like
tension.
something's compressing. I mean, sometimes what happens is something could have been compressed so much that it was asleep, and then you unwind it, and then like, you know how like when you sit on your foot and then you get off of it, and then it kind of hurts a little bit before it normalizes. Sometimes when a nerve is asleep, that's what happens. Is like So, I mean, I'm not saying
Okay.
that it's that, but the potential. So I'd say let's just
Okay.
unwind that a little bit more and like let's just see what happens. So something antispasmodic or like helichrysum's antispasmodic, anti-inflammatory, or like marjoram or something.
All right.
And then rub it on the foot and up the shin a little bit and on the calf a little bit and see what happens.
Okay. I'll give it a try.
Like, are
Thanks.
you having any issue with like your hip or your low back or anything like that?
No.
Okay, good.
No.
Okay, then let's just treat it like that. Yeah,
Okay. Thanks.
perfect.
In the Protective Web C protocol, what does Greg mean by people in the environment or in my periphery? What if there is no one around? Is this just people in
No,
general?
people in your life. Yeah, it doesn't have to be somebody who's in the house or whatever. So like, family members, people at work, friends, people you interact with.
It was hard to look back past situations, and I started to feel an annoyance in the solar plexus. The second round of inhalation on the past situation, it was better and started to look for other past situations.
Oh, good. Yeah.
And for those of us who don't see and aren't confident scanners, how do we know when there are tears in the web?
Well, just work the protective web and that actually will actually clean that up. So I would say just work the oil from time to time. And that will resolve it, yeah.
When do the plant piranha find things? It's a joke, just as find things to make you drop the bottle sense. Finding things
Right.
to make you drop the bottle sense.
Right.
This is our t-shirt.
Right.
I did not execute that well, sorry. It is
Right.
funny.
Yeah.
I might post it to everybody. My nephew is using magic mushrooms for fun, and I wonder how they affect the protective webs.
Yeah, they cause tears.
What can I do that will have a big impact?
Yeah, give him some protective webs and tell him it will make his experience even bigger.
Would relaxing the webs cause anxiety? I think I'm feeling a little anxious.
It usually causes the opposite. Could be something's maybe arising, or sometimes like when we're used to feeling like on guard, and then we kind of relax. There's still some other physiology that can play a role in that. And we start to feel like, oh, I can put my guard down, but then there's still part of the mind maybe that's like, remember what happened last time, or there's still some sense of that. And so maybe use the things for the nerves a little bit more, or even just inhale the one you use for the protective web part a little bit more. But so sometimes the mind, it's the intellect, doesn't believe what's happening. You know what I mean? It's like it's got a story and it's like, no, we're supposed to keep our guard up, otherwise something bad happens. It's something like that. Like see if it sometimes it still will resolve in a little bit. If it doesn't, let us know and we'll come up with something, but you might just need a little bit of more time to unwind.
I had an image of a gray film sliding off my body. Then the body began to have a slightly green glow.
Very nice.
And that's the same person.
Right.
So
Yeah. Very good.
The protective webs oil knocked my socks off. LOL.
Yeah.
Went very deep and dropped the bottle a few times.
Yeah.
Job well done. Make sure I didn't miss any during the question. Yeah, I think that That was a good session.
Okay, so how about we'll break for lunch? Because if we take a break and come back, lunch is gonna be,
Mhm.
almost dinner. So we'll come back and then we'll do health rates when we come back. So let's see, 120, 150. So we'll come back at 10 to 2. Hey, everybody. Let's come on back. And we're at the top of page 3. We're doing the health rays. So the health rays are perpendicular lines that come out from the pores of your skin. And it's basically how our body absorbs and expels energy, right? And so it's also how the body detoxifies. So when these are functioning, your body is pulling in energy from the environment and then kicking it out, right? So it's part of how your energy body breathes. And then through this mechanism is also how lymphatic function happens, or part of the way, right? And so with that, we are going to start with one of these choices on under number 2 health rays. Basil, clary sage, galbanum, helichrysum, lavender, lemongrass. Let's see, a cubeba, Roman chamomile, straw flower, spasmophilia, or health rays itself, the blend.
And again, if you did purchase the kit, Health Rays is.
Yeah, it's the 4 kit or 4 purchase kit is health rays. Okay, so you have your health rays, and we're going to do the 4 quadrants of the aura. So you're going to do the whole left side, the whole front, the whole right, the whole back. Now, you're putting your attention and awareness on the body, but really you're doing it to anchor your attention. You're affecting outside the body as well. So you're touching on the body, but really you're stimulating function and movement in the energy body, not necessarily a physical body. So you're just connecting to this part of your body so your mind doesn't go wandering off somewhere, right? So let's start on the left side of the body. So you're doing the left side of the face and neck, the left shoulder, the ribs, the left hip, down the outer leg, all the way down to the ankle. Your awareness is on that whole left side, head to toe. And you're using one of the single oils or the blend. And begin taking long, slow, deep breaths. Long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still for a moment. Just let it go, pause and be still. Now do the front side of the body, the face, the throat, the chest, the abdomen, the pelvis, down the fronts of the legs, all the way down to the tops of the feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth. And then pause and let that go. Now the right side of the body. Right side of the face, neck, shoulder, ribs, the hip, down the outer leg, all the way down to the ankle. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still for a moment. The back side of the body, the back of the head and neck, your whole back, your hips, the backs of your legs, all the way down to your heels. Then pause and be still. Let's do that again. Left side of the body, head to toe. Go to the front side of the body. The right side of the body, head to toe. And the back side of the body, back of the head and neck, the whole back, the hips, down the back of the legs, all the way to the heels. And then just pause and be still. Just pausing and being still. And you're still, excuse me, you're still using the same oil, but now you're inhaling, your awareness is on the brain. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. Your awareness is on the spine and you're relaxing the spine. Your awareness is on the brain and the spine at the same time. The brain and the soles of your feet. As you inhale, draw your awareness up and in the feet. Exhale, release down into the earth. Inhale, drawing energy in. Exhale, releasing. And then pause and be still. Let's do that one again. Your awareness is on the brain. Awareness is on the spine. You're relaxing the spine. And then the brain and the spine at the same time. The brain and the soles of the feet. As you inhale, draw energy in. As you exhale, release. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just let go. So these next three applications are going to be about balancing the autonomic nervous system, which is fight, flight, and then rest and repair, right? We want to be able to go back and forth. So you have a choice of anise, lemongrass, marjoram, rosemary, sage, tarragon, anise support, no sweat, lemongrass complex, or KMG. Lemon can be used, but it's more of a long term. It's very slow, but it can be used. Okay, so you're going to practice body awareness with whatever oil you choose. For the ones that have the kit for purchase is lemongrass complex. Your awareness is simply on your body, whatever area jumps out at you. An area that's heavy or feels agitated, irritated, your attention's drawn to that part of your body. Don't just go to like, oh, I have issues with my eyes or something like that. Feel your body and go to where your awareness is drawn. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. And just being still for a moment. Again, You're practicing body awareness. So what area jumps out at you? A heavy area, an agitated area? Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let go. Now we're going to use the same oil, but we're going to do two patterns. They're just, it's the same pattern, one direction and then in reverse. So when we go heart, forehead, back head, that impacts the sympathetic part of the nervous system, which is fight flight. Then when we come in reverse, back head, forehead, back heart, front heart, that affects the parasympathetic activity of the nervous system, which is rest and repair. By going back and forth between the two, it has a balancing effect on the autonomic nervous system, which is made up of both. Right?
Yeah, our apologies. We'll fix the booklet. Same single oils as well. It only shows the blends.
Oh, yeah, you can use the same oils. Yeah, my apologies. Okay, so go ahead, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the front heart. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on your forehead, where the hairline is. And then the back head. So opposite the area between your eyebrows on the back side. Just let go. You're just letting go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the front heart. The back heart, area between the shoulder blades. Your forehead. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness on the forehead. Just pause and be still. Hey, we're doing the next application, begin inhaling. You're doing the back head. You're starting off with the back head. And then the forehead. Your awareness is on the forehead. The back heart. And then the front heart. And then just be still. Just be still. Again, you're inhaling, your awareness is on the back heart. Oh, I'm sorry. I said back heart. Back head, which is the upper back heart. No, no. It's the back head. Sorry about that. The forehead, where the hairline is. The back heart, for real this time. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on the front heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then be still, let go, be still. And then make it. Just be still for a moment. So let's go ahead and unmute. You can share experiences or ask questions. Type-
Related to this.
Yeah,
process.
yeah, related to the process. Yeah. You want to share your experience right off the bat?
Yeah, I was telling Greg I feel alert yet relaxed all at the same time, but
Mhm.
kind of clear alert. And I was like, alert, relaxed, alert, relaxed.
So it kind of went like this, like alert, relaxed, alert,
It was,
relaxed.
yeah, that was how I was explaining it. And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, Teresa.
Hey, Greg. Well, somewhere in there, I fell asleep again.
Hey, good for you. You're getting a
Um,
little bit of a spa weekend. Yeah, I love that.
I hope so. But I'm feeling a bit nauseous. And-
Really?
And if I would describe it, like from it's almost like my the last one we did, I just got a little bit hot, and it feels like something wants to like leave my skin. I don't know how to express it. Do you know like yeah, it feels like a tight sensation. I don't even know how to describe this.
Where's the tightness at?
Like around the body, like just around the actual skin layer, and it feels like something wants to go, but it's almost not moving. You know when you feel
What part of the what part of the phase did that start to happen? Did it happen right off the bat, or did it start to happen later in the process?
later in the process, like
So
the last,
what oil did you use right off the bat? Did you use Health Rays or what were you using?
for this one that we had,
Yeah.
ANS.
Why don't you pull the, oh, did you say ANS or ANIS?
ANS support.
For the Health Ray part though, what did you use?
Health Rays.
Why don't you inhale the Health Rays a little bit more?
Okay.
I think the nervous system starting to shift. Part of the thing that happens when you do those last two applications, the front heart, back heart, forehead, back head, and then reverse it, back head, forehead, back heart, front heart, is it physicalizes spiritual energy.
Okay.
And so part of what happens is then as the spiritual energy physicalizes, it blows out lower vibrational energy in the body. And for whatever reason, it's getting caught in your Health Rays. So just inhale the Health Rays just to flush it out. I think that's all it is.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, when you did your hand movements, you know how it's moving out, it's kind of like it gets to a point and it goes, yeah, not going.
Yeah. Like
Okay.
that can happen. That happens to me sometimes when like after I do meditation or I do a devotional practice, you know, to well, you know, I have a couple items where I go through and work something. The energies of them are really strong, and I have to get up and flush out the Health Rays because it's like the energy, like so much is coming out, it just gets stuck.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So that sounds like that's all it is.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Yeah, this one's a little quieter one. Someone mentioned while we were doing the first process, they just go number 3. Wow. And then yawn
Right.
emoji.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Kat.
Hey, Kat.
Hey guys. I was
Can I
just
tell
wondering.
them? Can I tell them who you are?
Yeah, sure.
So everybody, this is our person that works in the office with us. So
Here, I'll even share my video.
Yay. How did you do?
Oh, you know what? I can't. I have to. Last when I tried to share the whatever the mic, it kicked me out, so I had to sign back in. So I won't share my video. It was fantastic. Yeah, really loving it actually. And my question is, with particularly this last process, it was weird. Like I've been yawning like mad throughout.
Yeah.
And tears like just kind of fall out of my eyes.
Right.
Like no emotion, just tears coming.
Yeah,
and
your eyes are
yawning.
just watering. Yeah.
Yeah. But so what I'm wondering is, in this last particular session or process, it's like the yawn, like these huge yawns that are almost like not normal. Like my body's like, no, we're not done yet. It like keeps trying to take air in.
Right.
Even
It's
though
like a Bigfoot yawn, right? It's like
Yeah.
your mouth and your throat are big enough for
Yeah. So then
yeah.
sometimes I can feel a yawn coming on and I like try to let it happen. And it's like, it won't happen. You know, it's almost like when you need to sneeze and you can't sneeze.
Right.
And I had that happen a bunch of times just in this last like back heart,
Mhm.
and then reverse process. And I'm wondering if there's anything to say about that.
Yeah, so there's two things to say about that. So one, like when you yawn, part of what's happening is you're throwing off like old stagnant energy, and it's like a way to throw off the energy is to do the yawn. But part of that, it's just the other side of the coin, is when you have those yawns, especially those like really deep, like it's not just like but like those whole body like like you really are letting go of a yawn. You're shifting the nervous system more into the parasympathetic state, which is rest and repair. And so like every time a person yawns, I mean, that's why it kind of starts to happen as you get tired and it's time to go to bed and you start yawning. You're starting to go into rest and repair. And so your body is going into like a healing mode. And sometimes when there are those really deep ones, you're kind of piercing like a threshold, like, maybe instead of going into this much rest and repair, you might only be going into this much. And then when you go through and you do the process, it kind of stretches how much deeper you can go into that rest and repair mode. And so, I mean, it's a very good sign. Even the tearing is, if you think about that, that happens a lot when you have like realization, like say you're sitting in meditation and you have this deep like shift of awareness. That shift of awareness happens not in the intellect, it happens in the intuitive mind. And you're having a shift of perception. So that is also happening when you're more in the parasympathetic state. And so, both of those are just signs that you're going much deeper into rest and repair, and you're shifting out of some sort of sympathetic activity. And so doesn't necessarily mean that you're in like fight flight, but sympathetic activity is also just like action and activity, but your body's shifting. And so you might also notice like, oh, I'm more tired than I thought. Is you might be shifting out of some low grade adrenal function, if there's like fatigue or if the body is worn down. Part of how the body compensates is it starts releasing like small amounts of adrenaline. And so as that starts to shift down, you realize like, I'm way more tired than I was. You're starting to you're starting to rest and repair, because that low grade adrenaline doesn't ever really let you go into like a deep rest mode, which actually makes the fatigue worse for a long-term strategy. Short-term strategy, a little bit of adrenaline can offset the fatigue, but long-term strategy, it actually kind of keeps making the body a little more tired, and then it has to keep releasing more adrenaline. And so you might notice that right off the bat, like you kind of have this shift and you're like, well, I'm tired, and you go and you sleep a little longer. It just means your body is rebooting that part of the like the vagus nerve and the parasympathetic activity. And in really extreme cases, that extra set of like feeling tired or like fatigue can last like, even like a week or so. Usually it's just like a half a day or a day. But that just means that you've had long-term low-grade adrenaline being released in the body. And so as it shuts off, it just takes a little longer for the body to like kind of recover and get its like normal level of energy back. Yeah.
So like the weird like stifling, like something stifling my yawn, like before I can yawn. That's
Mhm.
like, it sounds like you're saying that's it's like the sympathetic hasn't completely like down regulated itself, or turned off.
No, it probably is. Like it's probably regulating itself, but there's still like that thing where like it's going, oh, let's yawn and reboot, and then it's like, we've rebooted enough, we're good. And so you might get that like little bit of like, okay, here it goes, and then so I don't know that I'd read a lot into that.
Yeah.
Like I think it's just probably, your body starts to go into like that rhythm. And then when it has enough, see, we're starting to talk about yawn. I'm sort of like, that sounds like a great thing to do. Right. And so it's probably just, hit its like quota that it needed to make its shift.
Gotcha. Okay. I was
Yeah.
assuming it was my body being like, no, I don't want to.
Right.
I don't want to yet. I'm not there.
Right.
All right. Thanks, Greg.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Lolly, then Danielle.
Hey, Lolly.
Hi. Right now I can't remember. Yeah, this one really threw me off. The bottle was like each time I have to look it up to look and see where it's on the floor. Yeah, I was like dozing off, like, and that's an interesting thing. Like each time, like the awareness on one of the centers, my mind was like wandering into I don't even know where.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't know if the body's releasing. So it's
Well,
another way of just
you could say releasing. I mean, and sometimes it probably is releasing, but also for us to have like deeper states of like healing or even meditation or expansion, there has to be relative levels of balance between the fight, flight, and rest and repair. And so when they start to get more balanced, there's just naturally starts to be an expansion of awareness. And that expansion of awareness is the intuitive mind. And the healing processes and the repair processes and the processes where we let go of emotion or shift our thoughts or let go of a way of thinking all happens in the intuitive part of the mind, which is also rest and repair. Like action and activity is more of the intellect. And so we need to have a balance between the two. Like if we spend too much time in rest and repair, the body starts losing tone. It's like we need to be able to go back and forth, excessively one or the other. Just like having too much fight flight, having too much rest and repair can also cause issues. You start to lose muscle coordination, you start to get dizzy, you lose coordination. There's all kinds of things that can happen with that. And so when those two are balanced, then there starts to be greater levels of I keep saying intuitive part of the mind, but it's movement, it's repair, it's rest, it's the mind is cleaning up and doing a little pruning and getting rid of unwanted thoughts or thoughts that don't really work anymore. It's letting go of emotion. Your body also throws like these levers when you're in fight flight. We were just discussing this, like say you're in fight flight for a long period of time, and yeah, you rest at night, but your body's in fight flight a lot, right? So your body flicks these like little, imaginary levers. So there's certain things that happen when your body is in the sympathetic state or fight flight. You're taking action, you're doing things, but if it starts to be excessive where you're in fight flight, blood is not allocated to the internal organs like it should. Your bowel tends to empty or not process food like it should. Your urinary tract might empty and you might urinate more frequently or have an urgency that is normally not there. And so if you think about it, your body is getting ready for a fight or for running. And so it starts to reallocate its like resources and energy and some of the processes so that it can fight or run. And so repairing itself is not in that part of the nervous system, right? And so when you shift over to the rest and repair, those levers get undone. And then there's other processes where it's like, okay, let's put a bunch of blood into the gut. Let's start detoxifying. Let the lymphatic system start going through and cleaning up the joints and cleaning up the tissue. Let the cerebral spinal fluid go through and really clean up the brain and the brain tissue. Like all these things start happening that doesn't happen when you're being super active. And so, if you start to feel like really relaxed with this, part of why the health rays have an impact on detoxifying the body is that it's because you're going deeper into rest and repair, right? And so even on a deeper level, the health rays are also tied esoterically and mystically to overcoming obstacles. And if you think about when you overcome an obstacle, it's an innovative type of thinking. It's not intellectual thought. Intellectual thought doesn't really problem solve very well. It gathers information, it memorizes, it processes things from the past, but it maintains things. It maintains, like, you have your opinions, your ideas, your concepts, your past experiences, like all these things are in intellect. But when you really are truly like innovating and problem solving and overcoming obstacles, that is actually intuitive and even learning. All of this is intuitive thought processes, and intuition is tied with the healing process. So when the health rays are opening up and really opening up, you have a greater potential of being intuitive, but you're also your ability to problem solve, to innovate, or to overcome obstacles. Like if you think about what happens when you get in front of an obstacle, when you're an intellect, you're like, this is too hard. This is insurmountable. This was my early mantras from my youth, by the way. This is too difficult. There's no way I can do this. And you sit and just fixate on the problem, and you almost like wrestle with the problem. When you go into intuition, you go, well, I can go around it. I could go under it. I could, you start coming up ways of just flowing around it, because intuition is movement, right? It's not just trying to maintain something. And so in that state, if you can call upon that or draw upon that in a waking state, you become a very good problem solver. You become a very good innovator. You have the ability to learn something very quickly. Intellect doesn't learn very quickly. It learns very, very, very slowly. And it does it through past experiences. And then you notice it tries to make things happen, or it comes up with a hypothesis, where intuition just goes, let's just start playing with this and I'm going to figure it out. I'll adjust and adapt, but I'm going to figure it out really quick. And it can take in information and then make decisions and shift very quickly, right? And so rest and repair is here, but even in the waking state, it can be like a creative aspect. It could be somebody who's like a musician, an artist, somebody who's very innovative, somebody who's a good problem solver. If you have the ability to call up intuition, you might not know what to do in a particular situation, but you go, put me in the situation, and then you sit and you just go, okay, here's the pieces. And then you just kind of almost like wait for the answer, and then boom, it drops in, and then you start doing it. You might not have all of it at once, but it starts unfolding as you apply yourself. And then as you have that experience, the intellect goes, oh, I see what you're doing. Oh yeah, I totally get this. Then the intellect will maintain that, right? The intellect will go, I learned some lessons in this. I can maintain this. We can do this later. Let's establish a template, right? I think we can do this every time we come up to this particular issue. But intellect won't figure it out.
Right. So then just, okay, so everything's part of the process and it's getting me to basically where I want to go, which is, okay. So
Perfect.
then, and then when using, I actually use the ANS support. So, and I was wondering about it, and I think you kind of answered that. So the reason that's one of the options is because really it's kind of fixing everything on the inside, like the
ANS
guts,
support?
all the process. Yeah. for this
ANS
specific-
support is autonomic nervous system. So it is tied to balancing
okay.
out these two sides. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We
Okay.
use it a lot. We
And-
use ANS support a lot for digestive issues because
Right. Yeah.
when there's an imbalance, like going back to if it's too much sympathetic activity, digestive function is not, it's not happening because you're in the mode for running, fighting, whatever. So you don't have normal nerve innervation in the gut or normal blood circulation in the gut. So by using ANS support, you're regulating the neurological function in the gut, which then goes, okay, hey, it's time to eat and digest and rest and have food and get nutrients. And so you're stimulating a proper balance in the nervous system with the gut, which is a lot of gut issues is that particular issue. But like what we were talking about earlier is, you know, there's this thing like when you're exercising, for example, and then your muscles stop getting the oxygen that it needs. Part of how you keep going is, you know, you keep pushing, but the byproduct is your body produces a thing called lactic acid. And so like if you're ever exercising and you kind of push and then later you're like, oh God, you know, my legs or whatever it is, they're kind of sore. The soreness came from the lactic acid, right? And so when you touch areas, the lactic acid gets caught in, like it kind of has a burning sensation. Like you'll touch it and you go, that kind of burns, and then it dissipates and goes away because it gets dissipated into the bloodstream, and the blood picks it up and lymph picks it up and dissipates it. And so when we exercise, when we push past our kind of comfort zone, we'll start to produce lactic acid, right? And it gets processed by different parts of the body and everything. But that can happen in the gut. And so sometimes what happens with toxicity in the gut is your stomach muscles, because they haven't had proper blood, because we've been in fight flight for too long or sympathetic activity for too long, you're not getting the normal blood supply to the gut, which means you're not getting normal oxygen level to the gut. So your gut, part of the toxicity is that there's a bunch of lactic acid in the smooth muscle, you know, your intestines, your liver, like everything is full of lactic acid from not getting enough oxygen. And so when, you know, there's different ways and different things that you detox in the gut, but you know, I used to use this like blend for like flushing lactic acid out of the body, but it was usually for athletes. You know, we'd flush it out of the skeletal muscle, but we were just talking on the break. I was like, we got to bring that back for flushing lactic acid out of the gut, because it could even happen in the respiratory tract. It can happen in the sinuses. It can happen kind of anywhere, the cardiac muscle. And so that ability to flush that lactic acid out, you know, it takes the toxicity out, but allows the muscle to function, right? When it's full of lactic acid, the muscles stop functioning like they should. Yeah.
Okay, makes sense.
The
Okay.
one of the
And
big
then-
oils that's really good for that is celery seed. Yeah, I'm gonna break the blend out. It's a really simple blend. There's like 4 or 5 oils, but Samantha has an area in her body that like if she just touches it, it starts to burn. And so that it's not nerve pain, it's like a burning sensation. And it can happen for all kinds of reasons. It can happen for body misalignments, old injuries, whatever it might be. And so we were talking about like, I'll break that blend out again. And then I start thinking it out as like, we detox the gut so many different ways. I think we need to start doing that lactic acid flush in the gut.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's really simple.
And
It's
then-
not complicated. It's not an expensive blend, super cheap. It's just, it's one of those things where like I used to make it all the time and it just fell out of the rotation and I stopped thinking about it. And then I was like, oh yeah, I used to make this thing. Yeah.
And then that's with celery seed and a few other things together.
Yeah, it's celery. I used to use helichrysum in it, but I think I'm gonna actually do a little trial run of Impapo, which is in the helichrysum family. I think the Impapo will actually work better. And then a little tiny bit of milfoil and a little tiny bit of galbanum. That's all it is. It's mostly celery seed. Like celery seed is really good for clearing out lactic acid.
So celery on its own, like if you drink like, celery juice has its own benefits.
Celery
So-
juice, it's so. Like, I mean, it does other things, but for the lactic
Yeah.
acid part, it might do it a bit more for the gut, but for like the muscle and the respiratory tract, it won't do very much. Yeah.
And with the celery seed, like the oil, would you do some of what, like, would you use that as like a stronger form of celery juice?
Yes. Much
Okay.
stronger. Yeah, much stronger.
Oh, and then you can do
Yeah.
2 drops instead of
And-
actually drinking it.
Right, yes. And you can also apply it topically to an area. Like, so what I used to do with athletes, like if they did something where like a tennis player who uses their arm over and over again, we'd do a lactic acid flush on their arm, like the shoulder girdle, down the arm, down into the hand. And so it would help that area recover at a much faster rate because especially with exercise, and especially for the gut, the more lactic acid there is, the less likely that area is going to recover. And lactic acid trapped in tissue stimulates fight flight. Like it's part of the fight flight mechanism. So if you have a bunch of lactic acid in your body goes into that fight flight mechanism and has a harder time shifting over to repair itself.
Right. Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you.
I-
And then,
I'm really surprised that I let that one fall away because that used to be a bread and butter. Oh well.
okay, so now I know what to look for.
Yeah.
And then if there are a lot of other oils on this one, so I'm wondering really what if you use one of the single oils, because
For
they do
the part with the health
different things, right?
rays or the part with the
No,
balancing.
actually, I was actually talking about the balancing, the ones we just did, that I use the ANS is an option. So I would think something like marjoram or sage. I mean, each one is doing something that's somewhat different. So would it be beneficial to do this process?
They all do
like each
something.
time a different oil?
They all do something a little different, but they all are very specific for toning the more of the parasympathetic state. Anise and ANS support, KMG, and lemongrass have a bit more of a toning effect on both sides. But some of the other ones, a little bit more toning to parasympathetic, which is usually where people are deficient in. Your sympathetic nervous system, fight flight can also lose tone. It's not common, but it can happen. But even in that, you still would use ANS support, KMG, you would still draw upon these things to treat that as well. But anytime one of them lacks tone, like if your parasympathetic nervous system lacks tone, then you're always in fight flight, or majority of the time you're in fight
Mhm.
flight. If the sympathetic, or excuse me, if fight flight part loses tone, then you're always in rest and repair. So like muscle coordination and the ability to focus and dizziness, all those kinds of things, that you're just always in that place. Yeah.
Okay. And then, so doing that, what, on a regular basis, like as maintenance would be, because I mean, you want to kind of keep cleaning, obviously, the
Yeah,
outlays.
you could
So-
you could do it on a regular basis, but sometimes like if you have an issue, you treat it for a little bit and then just from time to time tune it up. You don't necessarily have to do it on a daily basis, but like, say you have a really stressful job, you might start doing it like on Friday and you have a little bit more of a restful weekend. Monday, you probably wouldn't need to do it, but by maybe Wednesday or Thursday, I'm starting to not sleep very good and I'm starting to get tired, I'd start working it again. Or if you have like a big project or
Mhm.
something really stressful happened, that's the when,
Okay.
that's the time and the place to address it.
And that's okay. And then the first one
Oh,
that
yeah.
we did for the health rays by themselves, would you do that? Same idea? Would you do this
Yeah, you could
on
do
the
that
one
as much
that-
as you wanted or needed. I do like to do that after meditation, by the way. Even
the
sometimes
health
before.
rays?
Yeah, just because it helps with
Okay.
expansion. But
Right.
you don't have to do it every day, but if you have the tendency to get congested or whatever, yeah, you could do it more often than not.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Danelle, then Ralph.
Hey, Danelle.
Hey, Greg. I had a quick question about the health rays. So when I did both of these, it was very relaxing because I had been agitated earlier in the day and now I'm like happy, floating on a cloud. And
Nice.
I know you have talked about health rays before, but I didn't remember having so many oil choices. Is this a different application or is this similar to what we've done before?
It depends on what class we were talking about, but I did a drag and drop from the first version of this class. And so health rays is definitely the premium choice when it comes to doing the health ray stuff. But other choices, helichrysum is another solid choice for a single oil. The spasmophilia has a little bit more to do with like inner health rays, like the health rays, usually we think about them as coming from the skin out, but there's still a portion of the health rays that goes from the skin towards the bone. And the health ray blend will kind of get that, but in issues where there's a deeper issue, like when you have like a deeper like lymphatic stagnation or blockage, or you have a bunch of muscle spasms in an area, that also is reducing the function of the health rays. And so that spasmophilia blend, that's exactly what that's made for. So it's to go like deeper into the body. But if you're just looking for like general treatment, the health ray blend would be the thing to go to.
And then health rays, does it address all aspects of a person or is it mostly like physical health?
No, it will have an emotional and mental component as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because like we were talking about before, like when the health rays are really open, you have a much easier ability to go into a healing mode and
Yes.
into, which is also intuition or the intuitive mode.
Yeah.
And so you're helping to stimulate part of your brain that you usually, I mean, everybody has some degree of intuition, but it makes it stronger.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, great. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg. Going back to what you were talking to Lolly about the ANS support and settling down the digestive system.
Uh-huh.
My first job out of college, I learned to eat lunch on the run. So I
Yeah.
tend to eat really fast.
Yep.
Would possibly doing a short ANS inhale before meals help out a little bit in retraining that?
Yeah, that or anise.
ANS, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Or
Even
ANS.
another one is fennel. Fennel
Mhm.
might help with that as well.
Okay.
Yeah. Like so part of what happens when you eat really fast is you start gulping air. And so you're eating and kind of breathing at the same time. And the term for that is aerophagy or aerophagy, but I think it's aerophagy. And so we actually even have a blend, aerophagy, and it's just a combination of anise, fennel, all the greatest hits of things that could hit that. In fact, let's look it up real quick. I can't remember what's in it. I mean, I remember some of it, but
What's it called?
aerophagy.
Oh, just the aerophagy.
Yeah. Like the European spelling and our spelling is, I think, sometimes different as well.
That's because we speak American, we don't speak the Queen's English.
Right. It's AEROPHAGY. I think the European way is they spell with an I. Or maybe I'm flipping that. Yeah. It's anise, fennel, coriander, tarragon, caraway, and an oil called C. odorum, which is a type of cumin. It's the kind of cumin that they use in Mexican food.
Oh,
That
okay.
that kind of that's like really delicious cumin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's C. odorum. Yeah. I would have just called, I called it by the botanical name because we have the black cumin, and if I just put cumin in there, I thought it'd be too confusing. So, because they are different, but one of the very old, ways in medical aromatherapy for treating insomnia was to take, it was like a big dose. It was like 7 or 8 drops of the C. odorum. And you take it right as you go to bed, and it does kind of knock you out. But it's because it stimulates the parasympathetic state. But yeah, it tastes like you just ate a bunch of Mexican food right before you go to bed. Yeah, which I think is a good thing. But
Okay. Excellent. Thank you.
yeah, you're still welcome. But the single oil should work. Like anise or fennel should work just as the blend works really good. Anise and fennel should help. So
Okay.
whatever you
Good.
want to use there.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
And some shares. Oh, looks like, go ahead, Denise.
Hey.
Hi, I just wanted to ask one question. It's
Sure.
a friend has had a horrible upset stomach, and she said it was awful because you have to still eat when you're that ill. And she stayed that way for a long time. And now it's gone into sciatic. And the minute she said that, I thought, I just had a feeling you would know
So
then
like what kind of stomach issue was she having?
she said they even did an endoscope and everything looked normal. And she just couldn't, she said it was one of the worst experiences of her life. She couldn't work or anything.
Like, is it still happening, or?
I think that's lessened, but now it's gone into sciatic. I could have her try to get on the Q&A with you
Let's
guys.
do that, because like those,
Sure.
like the thing that would be the overlap that could, kind of bind those two situations would be the psoas, and which is your hip flexor. But
And this-
I'd be really curious about the digestive issue. The sciatic, that's either the piriformis or she's got like some thin disc down in the low back that can be treated. But I'd be really curious. I mean, the thin disc could be causing some of the digestive issues as well. But if she can't get on Tuesday, maybe have her shoot me an email.
Sure. Yeah, no, I'll see what I can do, but yes, I'll
Okay.
try to get her to
Yeah.
connect with you guys. And I did have a horse that tied up on me twice, which is the lactic acid thing. And
Yeah.
with them,
Oh, is
if
that
you
what
want-
that is when the horse does that?
yeah, when they tie up, and I mean, if it's bad, their urine could turn like coffee, really, it was
wow.
really, yeah, it was, I had to have a vet out and then really bring him back kind of slow. And he'd gone out and just bucked and played. And then he just kind of broke out in this sweat and his muscle tied up and his breathing changed. And
Oh, wow.
yeah, it was kind of unsettling. I tried to, learn different approaches with him to let him start out
Right.
slower. Yeah. Cool him down differently. Yeah. So yeah, that lactic acid, and I can probably identify, I think, with my breathing. I've had that
Yeah.
breathing thing, the fight or
Yeah.
flight. Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. It's extending into this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
And someone shared, Gone with the Sage, lots of imagery as if I was in a ceremony.
Oh, good.
Speaking of a Bigfoot yawn, what does it mean when the yawn literally seems to come from the feet and moves all the way up to the body? Is that the same thing?
Yeah. That's what I call a Bigfoot yawn. Like it's just like deep and yeah. I don't know why I call it a Bigfoot yawn. Probably because it makes me laugh. But it's just a deep body shift is what's happening. Yeah.
Another gut question.
Sure.
Can we use that lactic acid blend topically?
Yeah, topically or internally. Yeah.
They said their Bigfoot yawn in the morning there is almost like an involuntary shudder.
Mm.
And then someone else asked, if I can find it, what if you don't feel much better or calmer and still feel high fight flight sense in body?
Oh, there could be other factors. Yeah. It could be other factors. So, okay. So, how about we'll take a break? We'll come back at 5 after, and we're going to jump into the aura. So I'll see you in 15 minutes. Everybody, we're on the top of page 5. And we're going to be doing the aura. So this is the energetic mold and blueprint. If you think of a fish, like a goldfish in a bowl of water, that water would be what the aura looks like. It's the fish in the center of the bowl, and then the water surrounding it. That's what the aura looks like, to a certain extent. So things happening in the aura eventually physicalize. Things that happen in the body first happen in the aura first, including even like when you are walking and you accidentally trip and fall, that injury is in the aura before it physicalizes, right? So if this is the energetic mold or blueprint, by going through and cleaning this up on a regular basis, you can change the health of the body, right? Now, in a lot of the other classes, we break down the aura to do a lot more specific things, right? There's the structure of the aura, there's the function of the aura, there's the dynamics of the aura, There's the auric program. And something I haven't talked about yet, but there's also like rhythms in the aura. And so all of these things are a bit more specific. Here we're just doing some general cleanup. You know, just a very general approach to cleaning up the energy body. So with that, acacia is good, eucalyptus smithy, poplar balsam. Eucalyptus smithy is the one that's in the purchase kit. If you need substitutes, we can try coming up with something that will kind of work. And if you don't have one of these three, even lavender will work to a certain extent. Are we good? Okay. So we're going to go through and we're going to begin this unwinding process. So your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone, which is the basic chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breath with your awareness on the bottom of the tailbone. Then to the spleen, which is on the left-hand side below the ribs. You're moving your awareness over to the left-hand side below your ribs. And then your low back area, the backside of the navel. The low back area, the backside of your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then your crown. Awareness is on your crown. And then be still. Notice how you feel. Again, awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. And the spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. Low back area, the back side of the navel. Awareness is on the ground. Be still. So working the aura impacts the whole nervous system. So we're gonna do application for calming the central nervous system. So you have a bunch of choices. Calm and quietude are the blends, but bergamot, sea dorada, chamomile, any of the chamomiles, clary sage, any of the geraniums, kava kava, valerian, sandalwood, rosewood, lemongrass, lavender, lang lang, and then marjoram. And marjoram is the one that's for the kit for purchase. So pull out one of these. Did you use the smithy or what did you use? Okay, so you're doing brain awareness. So you can just put your awareness on the brain, but if you want to search around and find like a heavy spot or a dense spot, a part that feels agitated in the brain, try to do that. But if you're not sure or not that sensitive, no worries, just do the whole brain. I think I just, yeah. Nice, long, slow, deep breath with your awareness on the brain. And then let that go and move to your spine. Check in with your spine, and you can do your whole spine, or if there's a spot in your spine that jumps out at you. And then just be still. Just be still. And then again, brain awareness. Your awareness is on the brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the spine. You're checking in with the spine. Where do you feel it in the spine? Breathe into that spot. And then just be still. Okay, so we're going to go back to the acacia, the eucalyptus smithy, the poplar, whichever one you have. So now we're going to work the quadrants. We're going to circle around and go both directions actually as well. So you're beginning to inhale. Your awareness is on the whole left side of your body. Now, this time you're going to the back side of your body. Your awareness is on the back side, back of the head and neck, down your back, your hips, the back of your legs, all the way down to your heels. The right side of your body. Head to toe, the right side. Awareness is on the front side of your body, head to toe. Face, throat, chest, abdomen, pelvis, down the legs, tops of your feet. Pause and be still. Notice how you're feeling. Okay, let's do that one again. Left side of your body, head to toe. Your awareness is on the back side of the body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The right side of the body. Front side of the body. Just pause and let go. You're using the same oil. We're going to now do the knees. So the back side of your knees. Long, slow, deep breath. Awareness on your knees. Your ankles. Your awareness is on your ankles. And the soles of your feet. Soles of your feet. And then just be still on that. Take some tension on the end. Always does when I do it. Even the first part did. Okay, we're doing that again. Your awareness is on the knees, the back of the knees. Awareness is on the ankles. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Soles of your feet. Just be still. Just be still. Last application, we're going to go in the other direction around the aura. So left side of your body, head to toe. The front side of your body, the face, throat, the chest and abdomen, pelvis, down the legs, the top part of your feet. the right side of the body. Then the back side of the body, back of the head and neck, the whole back, the hips, down the legs, all the way to the heels. Then pause and let go. Just be still. Okay, one more time. Left side of the body. Awareness is on the left side of the body. The front side of the body. The whole front side, head to toe. The right side of the body? And the back side of the body. Your awareness is on the back side of the body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Notice how you feel. Notice your body, your emotions, your mind. Yeah, feels good now. Well, I think Samantha officially dropped the bottle there at the end. So let's go ahead and unmute ourselves or type in and share experiences, ask questions. How'd you do?
Go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Dan, how'd you do?
Good, good. Very peaceful and relaxing.
And like when you move your body around, how'd your body feel?
Oh, kind of like in fluid, kind of floaty kind of thing.
So,
Yeah.
so Samantha, I don't know if you guys could hear it. She whispered, she goes, let's do another round. Yeah, she wanted to do the whole thing over again.
Oh
Yeah.
my
Well,
gosh.
good for
Yeah,
you.
really. That's good. Especially going up and down. So does then the energy follow like the right-hand rule, like, with the energy, like we're going counterclockwise or
Yeah, same
clockwise
idea. Yeah.
goes down and then counterclockwise goes up kind of thing?
Yes, like so when you're talking about like when we go left, back,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
front, right. So like in the ORIC programming class, we did that like when you go left, back, right, front, which is kind of counterclockwise. You have a much like stronger like breaking down the stuff that's in the aura. And then when you come back around and do it the other way, it's still cleansing, but it's also strengthening and toning to the energy body or the aura. And so, we're not necessarily working programming here, but we are just like cleaning up, the structure, the layers of the aura. And like doing it like this, it does make the cleansing a lot deeper. And so, when we first started doing this, I was like, let's keep it really simple. And then as time goes by, we'll start doing like, more involved ways of doing it. But it's that same idea. Yeah.
Yeah, this eucalyptus smithy is the first time I think I've had this. It's an interesting kind of earthy, but kind
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
very penetrating, if
Yeah.
that kind of
It
thing.
has kind of the penetrating qualities of eucalyptus, but it doesn't quite smell like a normal eucalyptus,
Exactly, right.
And
Yeah.
because there's all kinds. I think I have like 14 or 15 different kinds of eucalyptus. Might even be more.
Mhm.
And the thing that's nice about Smithy is, a lot of eucalyptuses are just like really like cleansing, like lots of greens and oranges. Prana-wise, the Smithy is like a deep violet, and
Oh,
they'll still cycle through as they unfold. They'll cycle through different colors, so it's not like it's just a solid color. But it's a very good general cleanser for the energy body. And again, going back to like anytime you're using like something that has like violet in it, the tendency is to have like a calming effect on the nervous system, and it raises the vibration of the body. And so just by the nature of violet. And so it's a way to kind of clean things up, raise the vibration. But I mean, you kind of nailed it on the head. It's also it's very penetrating. Like it's not just going to do like a surface, like, oh, let's just kind of lightly clean up. It gets down, it gets deep in there. And so same with the poplar, same with the acacia. They're all very, very penetrating. Like in a way you could use lavender for this, but lavender doesn't quite have the penetrating effect. I mean, it's still cleansing, but I wanted to go a bit deeper with this. And so good way to do some general cleanup,
okay, right.
And so yeah.
Yeah. And then one more thing too, it was like when we first started this round and also in the previous one with the kind of imagery that came through was like actually a deep blue like a deep blue, like kind of like a floor. Remember the Hanukkah you had behind you with the iridescent kind of blue?
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of like that,
Hmm.
except very deep, kind of just very deep, kind of, and it was on the flat, it was on the ground kind of thing. So I
Oh,
just thought it
oh,
was
that's
kind of
interesting.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So it was at the beginning when we did this one, and then in previous cycles too. So I've had like 2 rounds of that kind of come through.
Wow, very cool.
Yeah, very, yeah. Cool. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, Miss Teresa.
Hello. That was actually very soothing.
Good.
And I'm just curious if you'd recommend anything for like a salt bath tonight. Should they do health rays?
Since you had that congestion with the health rays, I would do health rays. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Like any, especially these first 3, like doing like the Smithy or the health rays or the protective web, all those are good, like bread and butter, like meat and potato kind of things to be doing on a regular basis. You couldn't
Okay.
overdo it, and they're really good maintenance, and they
Okay.
help augment any other sort of healing stuff that you're doing, be it with oils or with other things. They're just good all around, like things to do, like maintenance, and prepping for deeper healing, and yeah. So
Okay.
yeah,
Sounds great. Thank you.
you're so welcome.
And go ahead, Lolly.
Hey, Miss Lolly.
Hello. Yeah, I stopped counting how many times I dropped the ball. That was just yeah. But yeah, it was really interesting, really cool. So thank you. And it's a
You're
good
so
way to the eucalyptus smithies. Yeah, it's weird. It has a weird, like a sweet eucalyptus
Yeah,
in a way.
it's got like, it's like related to eucalyptus, but like, what is it? Like, it's, yeah.
Yeah.
I
If
have this
somebody would
one.
feel
I have this one eucalyptus that smells like strawberries. Like it's eucalyptuses are really can be really odd, you know. The one that smells like strawberries, it actually doesn't come in an oil. Like it comes um like absolutes and things, a lot of times they come solid and I have to like heat them to work with them. And that particular eucalyptus comes in is they distill it, but as soon as it sits at room temperature, it turns to like these crystals. And so I have to heat it to get it. It's really super hard to work with, but it smells kind of funky, and it's just a different kind of eucalyptus. Like it's, yeah.
yeah. And if somebody would ask me, oh, what's your favorite scent? I wouldn't necessarily go with this one, but hey, we're using it for the properties.
Yeah. This is more like how a
Um,
cleanser smells. Like, you know what I mean? Like
I,
you don't go like, you just
yeah,
go, okay, this will do the
yeah,
job. Like,
yeah.
doesn't, like, to me, it doesn't smell
Um,
bad, but it's like it smells like it has a job to do. You know what I mean?
yeah,
I used to call
exactly. Yeah.
this like it's medicinal. It has a medicinal smell.
Hmm. Yeah. So, and still I get it why we want to use it.
Yeah.
Would the violet healer be an option? I mean, it has the poplar
Yeah, actually it could
balsam,
be.
it
Yeah, sure.
has
Yeah. Yeah.
because it has the acacia. Yeah, because I looked at the
Yeah.
because I remember that you
Yeah.
gave us the okay. So I can try and do that as well because it's
Yeah,
gonna
sure.
okay.
Yeah. Good.
Okay.
Yeah, totally would. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Someone else wants to go a second round as well. And someone shared, thank you. I feel like I've come home with these practices.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good.
Someone said, oh, I love that. What's the name?
Which one?
Don't know when they posted it. Go ahead, Linda.
Hey, Linda. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm very agitated, very
Oh,
agitated.
what's going on?
When we were going through page 5 with the eucalyptus smithy the first time,
Mm-hmm.
as you know,
That very,
both my
that
legs,
very, that very first application.
yeah, that's when it
Okay.
started.
Okay.
My legs are very agitated, and then it's kind of moved up, and it's like I feel it at my heart, which makes my brain go, and yeah, I'm just like,
So give me some more symptoms. So like agitated, meaning they feel like you got the
They're-
jimmy legs, or you have like cramps, or they're itchy.
they're what did you call it? Jimmy legs?
Yeah, you got the jimmy legs.
Yeah, they're just going. Yeah,
Okay.
that and they are cramping. And by the way, I do have 2 blood clots in my left leg right now. So maybe you helped release those. I'm not sure.
Well, with this oil, that shouldn't like break up the blood clots or like move.
Well, it would be great if it would. Okay,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
no, it's a typical normal thing I have with Christine is my legs just going to town,
Right.
and it was really hard to not fall out of the chair.
Right.
But
Tell me a little bit more about the blood clots. How long have they been there?
they came, I noticed them on the 14th of April.
Okay.
Finally diagnosed and on Coumadin as of the 15th. The superficial one is getting smaller. Oh my gosh, 2 bald eagles just landed in the tree in front of me. Oh, huge ones. Oh my gosh, never mind, I'm blessed. Okay, goodbye. No, I'm kidding. So yeah, I do have DVTs. I'm factor 5 lightened, so I am. It's was gifted to me by my dad. He was so generous with his genes, and so this is like number 7 blood clots I've had,
Okay.
probably in the last 15 years, and it was from I was traveling and I didn't pre-medicate. Does that make
Okay.
sense? Because I usually have to take
Yep.
Coumadin to fly.
Yeah.
And I did not do this time. I was medicating with just low dosage aspirin, which was my mistake. So there you go.
Okay, so you got the jimmy legs a little bit, you got some agitation kind of creeping up into the hips. And what else is going on? Anything else?
I'm just real agitated. And I know it started with my legs when they started shaking and gyrating, whatever they're doing.
Does it feel like a little more emotional, or it feels like you
Very
got triggered a
emotional.
little bit, or?
Oh, I'm way triggered. I'm trying to figure out how to express it. I don't think I have. No, yesterday I got triggered too right before I left work. So it's like, oh wow, I'm gonna have a fun weekend.
So what happened on Friday?
Because of I'm training at a new job. And one of the new things I have to do is deliver mail, but deliver mail to the buildings that I work in, which is just 2
Right.
buildings, which is not a big deal because the mail's delivered to me and then I take it around to the building,
Sure.
around in the building. Not a big deal. I have a cart. It's easy peasy. At 4:15 yesterday afternoon, I leave at 4:30. My boss, who was sitting next to me, got a call and they said, no, Linda will not be delivering mail because of her blood clots. And we will take this further with HR. And I'm like, no, what? Not HR. So I don't know. I'm just, new job. I've only been at it since the 15th. So it's really weird.
So like when they say they'll take it up with HR, did that like kind of make you like not feel safe, or like you had to have your guard up, or?
No, it triggered everything from my past. I grew
Mhm.
up a very sick kid with
Uh-huh.
asthma. I'm going into way oversharing, sorry. And I was not allowed to do so much because I couldn't breathe.
Okay.
And I couldn't be around animals. I couldn't go ride. I rode horses once and ended up in the hospital for a month in an oxygen tent. It's just not a good situation. So that's how I grew up. So this being said, I'm going to HR. I got triggered big time. That's
Okay,
everything
that
I
makes
grew up
sense.
with. So
Yeah.
it's good that it's going, but
Is it okay? Can we do a little therapy right now?
sure.
Yeah. So let me have you just close your eyes
Okay.
and then check in your body. Like, where do you feel? I mean, I know your body feels agitated all over, but like if you could say, this is where I feel it the most. Like, check in with your body wherever you feel it the most, and then keep your awareness on that spot. Like, wherever it is, just keep your awareness on that spot. You're not trying to relax it. You're not trying to make it go away. You're just sitting with that spot.
I'm
Your
not
eyes are
finding it,
closed.
Greg. I'm
You're
not
not
finding
finding
it.
it.
Uh-uh. It's like I try to relax. I mean, I relax and it's like, oh, that feels good. And then it's like, I don't feel anything. Have I just shut down?
So
Sorry
the
to cut you off.
agitation is going down, or you still feel agitated, you just can't feel your body very much.
Yes, I
Okay.
still feel educated. I just don't feel my body.
Put your awareness on your feet.
Feet.
Just
Got
your
it.
feet. So keep your awareness on your feet. And you're not trying to relax them. You're not trying to make them go away. You're not trying to manage how your body feels. You're just keeping your awareness on your feet. Keep your awareness on your feet. If your attention starts to bounce away, bring it back to your feet. Okay. Now shift gears. Put your attention on that situation yesterday where they said, okay, we're going to have to go to HR, and just that whole little scenario. Just like you
Mhm.
put your awareness on your feet, put your awareness on that situation, and the same approach. You're just going to be still. You're just observing it, and you're not trying to make it go away. You're not trying to manage it. Just sit and observe it. Just sit with it. You're still sitting with it. You're still observing it. Now come back to your body, and again, your awareness is on your feet.
Oh, wow, there go the jimmies again.
You're still just hanging out with your awareness on your feet. Now do your lower legs and your feet, like from the knee down all the way to your feet. Now do awareness on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. And then up to the back heart between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on that back heart between your shoulder blades. the back of your throat, the middle of the back of your neck.
Pretty good leg cramps at the back of the neck.
Okay. Stay on the back of the neck for a moment. Move your awareness to the top of your head. Leave it up there for a minute. Hey, where are you at right now?
Much better.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, when it happens, like, I mean, that's, I mean, classic, like you got like triggered and it's a PTSD thing from something in the past. And we don't need to go unfold what's in the past right now, but like in the moment, like when those happen, you know how we just you like couldn't, like in a way you like couldn't feel, like almost feel your body, right? So
Yeah.
you want to start with your feet, and it'll kind of pull you like kind of like back into your body a little bit, and
Okay.
then sit with that for a little bit. And then like when it starts to calm down, whatever the triggering event was, just like we did yesterday with the thing that happened yesterday, you go there and then come back and then go back to the feet. And then the thing with the sex, back heart, the throat, and the crown
Mhm.
is it helps with bringing the clarity of what's happening like now, and less about being triggered by the past. And so it's almost like it brings a kind of clarity. And so anytime that you have that, you know, it might even take you a little bit to remember like, oh, I can do this thing, right? But like when you do it, you know, because that's the thing about being triggered. It feels like the old event is happening right here, right now. And so if you can put your awareness on your feet and then go through and do that, and it's like the more you sit with it, it's that like old saying of the more you kind of sit with it, and when it comes up, we try to manage it. Our physiology tries to manage it. Our mind, we're like, what's going on? And so you're sitting with it, and what's happening is you're shifting into more of the intuitive state by just like sitting with it. And when that starts to happen, intuition will come in and resolve it. Like it doesn't need to have the intellect figure it out. Like if you can just sit and just go, okay, I'm just going to sit with this. And even if I feel super uncomfortable, I'm going to sit with that for a minute. And then you'll notice that it might even like start to peak even more when you sit with it. And then after a minute or two, it'll start calming down, calming down, calming down, calming down. It's like soon as you start to feel a little bit of expansion, that's what's happening. Is it's intuition is starting to bring order to whatever that was. And so yeah, let's have you do some form of that when it starts to come up.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I
It-
at least
it-
feel like
it-
I'm in my body.
Yeah, and it helps kind of feel you like helps you to feel a little empowered. You know what I mean? Like when those things come up, it's you're trying to resolve something that isn't even right here, right now. Like it's a thing that's being triggered from the past. And so if you have this thing where you can go, okay, I might not be able to affect that past right now, but I can sit with this. Like after you do it a few times, you'll start to feel like I can handle this. Like, and then I'd say after a little while, we'll start going, okay, what are kind of triggers that are in the environment? Like you said, growing up with asthma, you couldn't do a bunch of things. You always got kind of left out or couldn't do things. And so eventually one might have you go back and visit that. But for right now, too much. Just deal with the thing that's happening right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. I thank you.
Yeah. You're so
Ra-
welcome.
Baraka Rafiki Yagu, which is blessed, my friend.
Oh, thank you. That's very sweet. Thank you. Thank you. If something comes up or it gets a little weird over the weekend, you let me know.
I'm gonna see Christine tomorrow, so she can
Oh, perfect. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for bringing everything up. No, thanks for healing me, and then she'll be fine tomorrow.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys
Yeah, good. I'm glad you're feeling better.
much. Thank you.
And they wanted to know what the name of the strawberry eucalyptus was, which kind of eucalyptus that was.
I think it's like strawberry gum eucalyptus. Like it's
I don't Oh, wonder if that is.
No, we don't have it on the site
Oh, we
because
don't.
it's like a crystal, like it's not even liquid. Like I still I think I have. Remember that person in, of all places, Australia? Remember they were collecting all those weird eucalyptuses,
That's right.
and we sent them some.
I do.
Yeah.
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 What would you do with it?
You know, I haven't played with it enough to know the therapeutic qualities enough. You know, it's good for like infections and things like that, strengthening the immune system. But when I got it, I was expecting a liquid, and it came as a crystal, and I was like, ugh. And then I started playing with it a little bit, and I was like, it's kind of cool. But I haven't played with it enough. I mean, I've had it for probably 10 years, but you know, it's so hard to work with. I just don't.
Does it smell delicious and sweet?
I mean, strawberry smells nicer. I mean, it smells like a eucalyptusy kind of strawberry thing, but you can smell the strawberry in it. Yeah. Yeah. So, okay, you guys, that's everything. That's everybody. Okay. Well, we're a few minutes before the end of the day, so how about we'll just call it the end of the day, and tomorrow we're gonna, I think we start with the spine. Yeah, we're gonna start with the spine tomorrow. And you know, we'll do chords and we'll do some other things. And so we'll have kind of the same kind of pace and as we did today, and we'll have explanations and plenty of Q&A and all of that stuff. So thanks for hanging out today. And remember, tomorrow is at 10 o'clock, and we'll break for lunch at noon to do the Astara session, and then have a nice good day. So take care.